Welcome to the November meeting of the Authority. Very nice to see everybody here despite the snow yesterday and the cold weather. And a particular warm welcome to 4 new members who are Anya Sizer, Stephen Troop, Rosamund Scott and Tom Fowler. You've all been inducted within an inch of your lives, I think. So I hope you're feeling sort of comfortable and delighted to see you all here at this meeting. As far as I know, we've got no apologies. No, I don't think so. Oh, so, yes, I'm so sorry. Stephen Pugh, as one of our observers who's unwell, and we wish him better. And we do have other colleagues here from the Department of Social Care, and they're very welcome. As usual, the meeting is being recorded in the interests of transparency, and the recording will be placed as usual on the website when the meeting is over. And as you can see online, we have external observers, and you're all very welcome. Declarations of interest, Peter, I think.
Clinician and license holder in licensed clinic.
A clinician working for an IVF company and consultancy work.
I'm not sure, Anya. Yeah.
Consultancy work and trustee for a fertility charity.
And Stephen or not? Yeah.
Yes, also consultancy work within the fertility sector.
Thank you all very much. Thanks very much. Right, so as usual, the first meeting on the agenda is the minutes of the meeting we held on the 25th of September. So firstly, are there any comments? You've all seen the draft. Did anybody have any comments? No, so can I assume those are approved? Nodding. Okay, great. So the minutes were approved. And there was, I think, only one matter arising, which has now been completed, which the action was the executive to implement the decisions regarding communicating, licensing, regulatory activity and instant information. And as far as I know, that's been completed.
Yes, if I can just add, Julia, so this relates to the discussion we had about transparency and regulation at the past meeting. And if you look at the paper later on about the report on committee activity, you can start to see the first steps of that being put into place.
Great. So now we come to the various reports. As you'll see in the papers, it sets out the range of meetings and activities that Peter and myself have undertaken. So firstly, Chair's activities, just to go through them, I attended various of our committees, which I do from time to time during the year, which is really, really helpful. I also, specifically, I chaired then the Remuneration Committee. So that was one where I'm actually on the Remuneration Committee. And we recommended to the department that we increase staff pay in line with the government recommendations. And I'm delighted to say that our recommendations were accepted, and everyone got a pay rise, which was wonderful. And Peter will say a bit more about how staff are feeling when he speaks. I also, with Peter, we attended a meeting of the department's ALB Seniors Leaders meeting, which is a meeting that happens periodically for chairs and chief executives when the department tell us, their plans, their budget, what they're thinking about. With the new government in place and a sort of new mandate, they unveiled various sort of plans going forward. We wish them well in implementing them, and hope that we'll keep abreast of what happens. And these meetings periodically happen, so I expect they'll tell us. And finally, and some of you were there. We hosted a conference at Girton College, Cambridge, to mark this year being the 100th anniversary of the birth of Mary Warnock. As you know, Mary Warnock was Mistress of Girton, so it was sort of appropriate to hold it there. And I'm very grateful to the Mistress of Girton, Elizabeth Kendall, and also her team for sort of hosting us in their beautiful setting and making us very welcome. The conference was divided into 3 sections: past, present, and future of assisted reproduction. We had some great speakers. The program, I think, recording actually is on our website or will be shortly. We had about 70 people turning up, guests, and there was lively discussion. Talks were great, and I think it was a really good opportunity not only to celebrate the Warnock Consensus and Mary Warnock, but also to showcase some of the work that's being done in the sex world, HFEA in that. So I was very pleased, and I got some really lovely emails afterwards, not only from Girton but also from people who attended, which was really great. So that's all from me. Just to say, before the one other thing before the January meeting, that we will be speaking at the Fertility 2025 conference. I mean, we HFEA have been asked, probably me and whoever, so that will be good, and I'll report on that at the January meeting.
Thank you, Julia. I also have, I mean, you'll see from there, a number of the meetings that Julia mentioned, I've also been attending, so I won't go through them. Clearly happy to take any questions on that. 2 things I do want to draw to your attention, one that's in the meeting and a couple that aren't. The first thing to say is that I met in early part of November representatives from the Regulatory Innovation Office. This is a new development by this government. You will know from things like the Chancellor's budget statement and much else that the government is very focused on growth, and it's issued a white paper on innovation and industrial strategy, which identifies a number of kind of key potential growth sectors for the UK economy, one of which is biosciences. The Regulatory Innovation Office is part of that kind of growth agenda. It's trying to develop policies across government in which, if you like, new ways of regulation can be thought about, partly in response to the fact that in the sort of new economy, there will be new and different things to regulate, and actually regulating them in the form that we regulated other things may not be appropriate. The obvious example here is AI. Regulating AI is a very different thing to regulating all sorts of other things, and it's going to require some new thinking. So I was very pleased to meet with representatives of the office, because there's a sense in which clearly some of the things we do are very much at the cutting edge of regulation in respect of biosciences and so on. So this is an ongoing discussion. The Regulatory Horizons Council is a sort of advisory body that's part of the Regulatory Innovation Office, but you don't need to worry so much about that. The other thing I wanted to, a couple of things I wanted to reference, one of which is I will be giving a speech at the PEC conference in early December, partly about the sort of regulator's view of the embryo. No doubt there'll be coverage of that, but I'll let you know. And what's not on the list, I'm very pleased to announce some changes to the senior management team. So you will know that Tom Skrinner has been our finance director for some months now, and that for a number of years we have shared a finance director with the Human Tissue Authority. This has been as I say, a situation that existed for a number of years. I've recently agreed with both the HTA and indeed the department that actually a senior leadership team of 3.5 people, so to speak, is insufficient for the demands placed on the organisation. And so I'm pleased to announce that Tom will be joining us full time in the new year. Precise date yet to be set. And as well as his obvious responsibilities around finance, he will also be picking up some responsibilities from both Claire and Rachel, our other two directors, notably in response to things like IT, business planning and the like. And I think this brings together in a single place, if you like, both the sort of planning of our work and the management of our resources. And for those of you who've been involved in AGC and looked at the way in which the demands have been placed on the organisation in terms of some of our IT programmes of the last few years, I think this is only a good thing. So, you know, I'm really pleased that the department have allowed us to do this. And I think although it's only a half person increase, if you like, I genuinely think that as well as providing greater focus in those areas, it will take away some really pressing pressure on both Claire and Rachel, our other two directors. So I'll obviously tell you the date at which Tom formally starts with us. But staff are aware, and we've also in particular been talking to staff whose line management responsibilities, if you like, will move. This does not change the position of staff. You know, there are no redundancies associated with this at all. But I think growing the senior leadership capacity in a modest way like this will help hugely with the very big agenda we've got to develop. So that's what I want to say about this at the moment. I will say something about early staff survey results when we get to the performance item. But has anyone got any questions they want to ask about anything?
No, it's really this is really a great step forward, because we've always been very resource constrained, and this will be able to allow the senior management team a bit of extra sort of resource and support, which is great. So just before we come to the committees, we do have a proposed change to standing orders, which is sort of quite technical. Basically, Licence Committee has been a bit thin in terms of quality and also the amount of work really that members have had to do, because we haven't, because with members coming and going, we've been a little bit under-resourced. We now have 4 new members to the board, which is excellent, and we thought it would be useful to increase the number of members of that committee from 6 to 7, but we need to change standing orders to do it. Peter, is there anything you want to just add to that?
No, that's a very good summary, Julia. I'm afraid that standing orders require us to have a vote.
Yeah.
So as your returning officer, it'd be helpful if you could indicate your support or otherwise to this particular thing. That looks like a clear majority.
I would go so far as to say it was unanimous, actually. So marvellous, thank you all very much. And that I definitely will make Graham and everybody else's life a great deal easier. Right, committee chairs report. So now what typically we do, we look at meetings that committee meetings that have happened since the last board meeting, and we've had I think pretty much a full suit here. So let's start with Graham, who's chair of Licence Committee, to talk about that committee.
Thank you, Julia. As you see, we've only had one meeting with indeed a single item agenda, and minutes are not yet published. But what would be more transparent, I think, under our new reporting system, and I welcome the way in which this has changed, would be that that item that was on our agenda has been rather a rolling item for the past year in different ways. So members of the board will be able to track, I think, a little more without consulting the minutes of what we're up to. And I think this in itself really indicates some of the value of the redrafting of the way in which these things are presented to us. It's also been true that at that last meeting we reviewed our committee effectiveness. I think one meeting in advance of when we needed to do, since we had a bit of time for once to do it. So that's also feeding in. But other than that, there's not much else to report. Oh, I should have said we had observing our meeting our new members, so that was a very good thing to have happened, I think, as part of induction. At least I think it was. Whether it was for them is another matter.
So we come to Statutory Approvals Committee just to report that, as you know, Jonathan Herring, who was our previous chair, completed his 2 terms on the board and has now stepped down. And we're delighted that Francis has agreed to chair SAC. And again, we've some of our new members also going to be appointed to that committee, so that we've got SAC meets every month, so it's a big commitment. So we're trying very hard to share the load a bit. Francis wasn't able to attend the last meeting, and Geeta very kindly chaired it. So I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I chaired the October meeting, but since our last September board meeting, there have been 2 SAC meetings, one on 30th of September, and there were 6 PGTM applications and 2 special direction applications, and they were all granted and approved. On the 29th of October, we had a busy agenda. We had 1 mitochondrial donation application and 6 PGTM applications and no special direction applications. The minutes have now been signed off, so they are approved. So I can say that all applications except 1 PGTM item were approved. And that particular item that wasn't approved for PGTM was refused due to insufficient data to determine if the gene causes the condition and also about the seriousness of symptoms. And the meeting was, we had an excellent discussion, and I'm very grateful to our expert advisors with such detailed information, and the team that produced excellent papers. And we also had a new member observing on that day. Thank you.
Now to Catherine, who chairs the AGC, which is the Audit Governance and Risk.
Thank you, Julia. For the benefit of new members, I'll say a little bit more than I might ordinarily, just to explain some of the function of AGC. So in terms of internal audit, we received an audit report in relation to DSPT, which is Data Security and Protection Toolkit. And the report gave us limited assurance, which sounds something to be concerned about, but I should put it in the context of the fact that DSPT was designed for the NHS without any regard to the size of an organisation or indeed the nature of risks faced by that organisation. And it's also worthy of note that some NHS bodies who have a high DSPT assurance rating have in fact had data breaches, whereas we, with a limited assurance rating, have not. It's also worth knowing that there is no internal audit discretion regarding the standards within DSPT. It's a simple met or not met. And at the same time, I would add that we have submitted our improvement programme regarding DSPT to NHS England, and that has just been graded approaching standards, which is a really significant achievement for the head of information and his team, as is the fact that we had a lot of assurance about the early planning for the transition from DSPT to the cyber assessment framework, which will take its place. In terms of audit recommendations, again, for the benefit of new members, we do have a relatively large number of very old audit recommendations for historical reasons. And over the last year, AGC has been working with the executive to move towards having those cleared. And one of the things that we have been working on with Tom is an improved rules of engagement and ways of working with our internal audit team, which has been delivering and continues to deliver good progress in terms of clearing those recommendations. It's not quite at the stage that we'd all hoped, so we have extended some deadlines for good reason and input to a plan to have all of them closed by March 25, after which time we aim to have all recommendations for a single audit cleared within the time before the next audit is due. In terms of risk, in addition to a routine assessment of the risk register, we built further discussion on the topic that Peter's just alluded to in terms of our approach to AI fast developments within the sector, but also AI developments within regulated bodies. We commission a periodic deep dive at AGC, and this one in October was on internal incidents and near misses, and we were reassured by the handling in relation to both. In terms of digital projects, we discussed further delays to PRISM, in particular with relation to the publication date for Kafka, that's the Choose a Fertility Clinic. And we do have a current plan to be able to publish the 2023 Kafka early in 25 and potentially the 2024 Kafka later in that same year. And as authority members will know, the website has now been amended with a suitable caveat to those seeking information regarding clinic choice to guide their choice of clinic and to reassure them about our determination to publish an up-to-date Kafka as soon as possible. And last, as is routine work, we reviewed our own fraud or risk assessment, our reserves policy, and our progress against government functional standards. Happy to take questions.
Percy, any questions for Catherine specifically? No, thank you. Tim, on SCAC Scientific.
Thank you, Julia. So SCAC met on the 7th of October. The minutes were published 2 days ago, so they're very full minutes. So I advise if anyone wants any particular detail, that's the place to look. We had 4 main discussion points, which were mitochondrial donation, and we had a presentation from the team at Newcastle Fertility Centre at Life, giving an update on their mitochondrial donation work, and we were pleased to see the progress that had been made in terms of their processes and also the outcomes, and we didn't have any further concerns, but obviously we're continuing to watch progress in Newcastle. We then also went on to discuss stem cell based embryo models and in particular scientific research developments, then in vitro derived gametes, and finally a discussion surrounding scientific considerations relevant to the 14-day rule, but obviously we're discussing that further in today's meeting, so I'll leave it there. And finally, I gave a summary as to the HFEA's annual horizon scanning meeting, which is held at the ESHRA Summer European Conference every July, which I chaired on behalf of the HFEA, and I summarised the outcomes from that. Thank you.
Either for Tim or for any other committee chairs on those meetings? No, thank you. So those and the minutes, I think, of all the committees are available and have been circulated. So now we come to the performance report, and for the benefit of new members, that's when we invite Peter, CEO, and the directors to highlight key issues in their particular areas around the sort of daily business of the authority. So I'll start with Peter, and then I move through Rachel, Claire, and Tom, and they can introduce themselves, what they're going to be speaking.
Thanks, Julia. Okay, so for new members, we have agreed with the board a number of key performance indicators, which is what you see in this report, and they measure, if you like, what I might call the operational aspects of the business. How many inspections do we do? Do we do them on time? How many inquiries do we deal with? And so on and so forth. So unsurprisingly, if you like, that what they focus on is the things you can measure. So they don't focus on things like policy papers or something or other, because you don't measure them in those kind of ways. So as common with lots of businesses, whether in the private or public sector, we have a number of key performance indicators, and it's one way in which the board can scrutinise our performance. And actually, not only does it give a sense of performance, I think it provides a way in to thinking about whether or not we have adequate resources and resilience to do these things month in, month out. So we have 17 KPIs. I'm delighted to say that in general, and clearly the other directors will comment in detail, we are entering a period of really quite strong performance. So of those 17 KPIs, only one of them is off target. Tom can take any particular questions about this. It's about the clearing of historic debt. And in fact, the way in which the target is even measured sort of suggests it's getting worse, but it's actually getting better. So in that sense, we are meeting our KPIs, and you will certainly see in there a properly sustained improvement, particularly pleasing, I think, in respect of both inspection and the opening the register service, both of which were under real pressure in the past months. Turning to, I'll leave Rachel to talk about those, but turning to a couple of the HR measures, one of which more established members will know, we have struggled for quite some time with a higher than a desired level of turnover. Now, we like to aim for turnover to be between 5 and 15%. We think that's a realistic figure. And in a small organisation, given that there are relatively few promotion opportunities, there is always going to be some turnover, and indeed a certain level of turnover is actually desirable, because a bit of new blood is good. The key question is it's not too high. We've struggled with some quite high turnover for a while, but I'm pleased to say we are now firmly back within target. So that's one indication of good health. On sickness, we're generally as well in a good place. And although there's been a bit of an uptick, this is largely due to seasonal coughs and colds, which you would expect. A further indicator, I think, of organisational health is our staff survey. We do an annual staff survey that closed just a couple of weeks ago. We're still analysing the results. Next week, we will have, every 6 months, we hold an all-staff event, and we will talk to the staff about the results properly then, and more fully at the Audit and Governance Committee in December. But a couple of headlines, which I think are telling. Our response rate was 87%. Now, there's many parts of the public sector that frankly struggle to get to 50, because actually lots of people don't think it's even worth filling in the survey to complain. So we got 87% response rate. We had an engagement score of 89%. So that's where they take a number of those questions and sort of bundle them up, that if people are making positive remarks about questions A, B, C, and D, that tells you something about the general level of engagement. One of the questions we have effectively, which is a sort of, are you happy at the HFEA, leaving aside pay? And given public sector pay over a number of years, although this year's settlement has been much better, that's been a key driver for lots of public sector organisations. And the results for that is, so 90% of the staff that filled it in, so nearly 90% of our staff bothered to respond. And 90% of those said, yes, they were very happy at the HFEA while accepting pay. Now, I'm not suggesting there aren't still things to work at. But I think given the pressures under the organisation in the past couple of years, given a long period in which public sector pay has been suppressed, over the last 2 years have been better, and more generally, I'm not complacent, but that seems to me to be a really genuinely encouraging set of scores on which to think about the organisation. And without naming names, I know plenty of other bodies where I know the chief execs well, who would very much like figures anywhere half as good as those. So I'm hugely grateful for staff, because in a way, those scores represent the collective effort of people in the organisation. They're not down to the senior management team. They're down to the general sense of a kind of, if you like, a happy culture within an organisation. And crucially, not only is that important, I think it's not unrelated to the fact that our performance is good, because generally happy organisations are high performing organisations, and I think that's where we currently are. Now, clearly circumstances change, but At the moment, things feel in a pretty good shape. So I'm obviously happy to take any questions there, or if it's time to hand over to another director, if anybody wants to ask me about it.
I would just like to comment on the staff survey, because as colleagues who've been here for a while know that we've had concerns over turnover rates, which although we've always thought, you know, the HFEA was a nice place to work, but with not being able to match private sector pay in any way, and also being a small organisation, there are limited opportunities for promotion, as always, and sometimes was an issue. Staff sickness was also another issue, and various things. But I think the survey, as Peter says, shows that there is a happy and very positive culture. And although, of course, it is down to everybody who works in the organisation, I think we have to, I don't want to let this go without acknowledging that Peter and the SMT, so Claire, Rachel and Tom really, are really responsible for setting that culture and for turning the dial up and for really doing, we don't often say it, but I think this is a really good opportunity to say. So thank you. Okay, handing over now to Rachel.
Thank you very much. I will start with inspections to begin with. So the new members of the inspection team are settling in well, and training is also going very well. As you remember, we did have significant amount of turnover in the last 2 years, but that seems to have settled down. The KPIs regarding inspection reports are much improved, and a huge thank you to the team who are juggling a very busy inspection schedule at the moment and working hard to meet these. And just to add, whilst it's very pleasing to see green KPIs, and there's just one amber at the moment, which is reports to PRs, there are genuine reasons for breaches in the KPIs, and it is appropriate, for example, with complex reports or where further information or meetings are needed with the PR, or when we need to follow our C&E policy very carefully, that there can be delays in reports sometimes, but it's due to ensuring that the recommendations that we make are robust going forward to licensing committee and ELP. But a huge thank you to the team for all their efforts at the moment. Following on from Catherine, the DPST, I think I mentioned this before, that the DPST is now aligned to the cyber assess work framework, which brings new challenges and demands on staff. We're at a place now where a plan has been written for scoping the exercise and assigning the roles and responsibilities to this. We're meeting soon to confirm the essential functions with the aim to start some of this work before December. We're waiting for the audit support documentation that hasn't been published yet, and hopefully when we get that, that will be useful and we can build that into the process. IT, we are currently scoping the application penetration tests requirements with the supplier to start in the new year. Martin has worked incredibly hard, and thank you very much to Tom for his support. We've finalised the business continuity plans, disseminated around staff at a CMG meeting, and putting plans together for the next exercise that we'll do for business continuity next year. A huge amount of work at the moment is taken up by the epicentre replacement tender. We had 20 bids in the process. There are 4 members of the panel who are going through all those bids, doing a scoring exercise, and they will come together, and hopefully we will be able to award the tender probably the week before Christmas to start in the new year. A huge amount of work to do, but very positive. We received many applications to look through. With respect to the OTR team, I think it's very clear that the team are working very well together. They're working very hard, and the new systems that we put in place are really reaping rewards. As we close in more OTR applications than we've ever done before. There were 138 in September, 185 in October, which is certainly a record that we've never done before. And to put into context, in the last 6 months, we've sent out 936 applications, which is far more than you would have normally got in a whole year, a few years ago. The application numbers are around about 100 per month now. So we're making an inroad on the waiting list, which is very positive, and it's now below 1,000, which is now about 30% lower than it was at its peak. And applicants are waiting less for their information. So, for example, the applications that went out in the last month, they've waited on average about 5 months for that work that's come through, which has decreased significantly from where we were before. Still receiving quite a low number of OTRs relating to post-2005 identifiable donors. It's about 3 a month that we're getting at the moment. And we're also getting a steady number of pre-2005 donors removing their anonymity and re-registering as identifiable. And we're also getting a steady stream of post-2005 donors who are updating their details to update their contact details, which is also very, very good news.
Any questions for, yes, Francis?
Thank you. Oh, so I've got it now. Thank you. There's a lot of very good work here, and it's nice to see it reported in charts. I just wondered whether, in terms of SAC, if we should also monitor the turnaround time for the request for special directions. We look at the number of PGTM applications and how quickly they're turned around. I'm not aware we have a problem with special directions, but unless we monitor how quickly we're turning them around, we wouldn't know.
We take that forward and discuss with Shabir and Paula and everything.
Sorry, I don't know if anybody heard that. I don't know the logistics of doing that, Francis, but that seems to me to be eminently sensible, unless it's some particularly complicated reason why not. Let us take that back to the office and see how we can do that.
Geeta.
Comment only really, just to say, I mean, it's great to see this report being so positive, and particularly with the inspections, numbers of inspections. And in fact, I think that 6 more inspections done in October than was planned, which is quite good, and also end-to-end licensing KPIs being within the target. So I do know how much hard work goes into this from Rachel's department. So I really congratulate that. And that goes back to Peter's remark about the happy team and all this. So, and also the staff retention and reduced sickness. I would actually support Francis's suggestion on having target for special directions, because in some ways it does affect patients are constantly asking, have you heard from the HFEA all the time when they're waiting to hear. So I would support that proposal. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions for Claire? Rachel. I have one. Firstly, I'm delighted with the progress of OTR backlogs and the fact that all the hard work in increasing the resource and the technology and so on has really paid off. Backlogs down to around 5 months in now. I mean, people are getting responses and so on. Firstly, Rachel, I guess we need to obviously monitor that, and we'd be very in the board, I think, really interested to know how progress is going, as you will continue to give us. But do you think, and I don't want to put you on the spot now, but do you think there is a point at which we will be able to have a KPI which says all responses will be out in X weeks or X months or something as the backlogs come down? I mean, what's the sort of, do we have any idea of the forward plan?
So the new system, the Dynamics case management system, does allow us to track things a lot better, much more improved, and we can look at the different, we've now split the application type up, so not everybody is just lumped together in one waiting list. We are looking at how we can do that. I think until we've brought that backlog down a little bit more and we're sort of meeting the demand, ideally what we want to be able to do is get to that steady state that when an application comes in, we can more or less start working on that straight away. We then need to have a look at the application types, because it's sometimes not quite as simple as just looking on our system and releasing the information. It depends on the complexity of the donation relationships, how many donors have, whether the donor's been using multiple clinics, dependent on the information requested. So that is something that we want to get to, that we do get to a state again where we can say our KPI is 30 days turnover, but we're not quite there yet. Thank you.
Claire.
Thanks, Julia. I've got several things in no particular order, although it is important to note that there has been a change in the law since we last met. So the screening statutory instrument that we very much welcomed over several years was passed by Parliament and comes into force next week. So members will remember that this enables female same-sex couples to be screened on an equal basis with opposite-sex couples. So that's really good news, and should reduce both the cost and perhaps the time, reduce the delay, any delay in them starting treatment. And secondly, it enables those people who are HIV positive with an undetectable viral load to become known donors in treatment. That requires an active change to clinic licenses, and those will be changed over time. We have encouraged through clinic focus and other communications that if there are any clinics who have patients waiting to start this treatment, we can kind of fast track those changes to licenses. And we expect the first licenses to be changed in about 2 to 3 months. So patients, if they are waiting, shouldn't be waiting too long to start that treatment. And I also want to thank the sponsor team and the government lawyers in the Department of Health and Social Care, because this was a tricky and technical change that we very much supported over several years, and it has come to fruition. So we thank them and for Parliament for passing that change. In a slightly different track, I mentioned the patient survey that we do every that was open at the time of the September meeting. That's now closed, and I'm delighted to say that we had our biggest response to date. So we had nearly 2,000 responses, although of those about 1,500 are complete surveys that will be analysed. What's particularly good is this year, for the first time, we have enough responses from particular groups. So not only what we usually want, which is a response from people from across the UK, having both NHS and private treatment, different age groups and different family types. We also have response rates from different ethnic groups and from people in different types of treatment. So people who are having elective egg freezing, people who are perhaps freezing their fertility because they're having medical treatment. So we can really do some excellent underlying analysis, and we will come back to you in the new year with some headlines on that. Since we last met, we also published the State of the Sector report, which is our annual report looking at compliance and incidents. And as agreed at the last authority meeting, we published that underlying data with information about incidents on a clinic-by-clinic basis. I know that we've received some concern from the sector in how this would land. We said to them, and as we said to the authority, we would test this out, see what happens over the next 12 months, what the interest is, and in line with next year's State of the Sector report, kind of come back and say, you know, that was a great idea, it worked really well, or on reflection, you know, hasn't worked, and here's some recommendations. So I think we're in the early stages of that. Our next report, our last report of this calendar year, is looking at different family groups using fertility treatment or having fertility treatment, both in terms of access and outcomes, and we expect that to be published next week. In change of tack, I suppose, we've completed the formal induction for the 4 new members, which includes legal training where relevant. All the committee dates will have been agreed for next year, so hopefully everyone has marked their calendars. And I do just want to say that the licensing and governance team oversees somewhere between 50 and 60 formal meetings of the authority or its committees a year, including the policy team overseeing SCAC. All those meetings, as well as being arranged, have formal papers and minutes. And as you'll know, we are often legally challenged. So we have, they are written in a robust way, or hopefully a robust way. So I just want to say thank you to the team and thank you to members who I know that perhaps when taking on this role and you were told 2 or 3 days a month, that it really is 2 or 3 days a month. So thank you for your time. On that note, we're in the process of completing a committee effectiveness review. So again, we, in line with most public organisations, review how we are doing. Are there things that need to be changed? And on that note, although we do have an annual report on the Registered Research Panel, which I think we do in the May meeting, just some takeaways from that meeting, which I chair, which has quite a low profile, I think, in front of the authority. So this is the panel that approves new applications using our data, but using identifiable data, which is very closely protected, and there's a very high bar on releasing that data. We have seen an increase in new applications, and particularly applications from research groups who we haven't heard of before, which is great. We've got a new web form which has directed people to the types of information we may ask in a full application form, and that's been really successful and streamlined interest. We've got a new data research newsletter, which I think members are signed up to, which comes out quarterly, and we've already seen a great interest through that data research newsletter. And early next year, we're going to hold a couple of webinars to really showcase what that data is, what researchers, the types of information researchers can request. And we're going to have a follow-up webinar with one of the research groups who used our data to kind of talk about how that went and what they've used it for. So I think that's all been successful. We've completed our round of autumn stakeholder meetings, so the patient and professional stakeholder groups, where they've looked at our new strategy, which Paula will say a bit about in a minute. They've looked at some of the data on multiple births, and we'll come back to the authority in the new year on that. And they also had early sight of the data on our family formations reports. So they could feed into that any thoughts they had. A couple of last things. At the beginning of the month, it was National Fertility Awareness Week, which we took part with, is both in events and activities. I do just want to pay tribute to, I guess, a colleague in the civil service who worked in HMRC, who felt there was a need for a support group for civil servants who are having fertility treatment. She's been unbelievably successful just in her kind of free time setting this up, runs a support group every month, and had webinars over National Fertility Awareness Week, which in each of those webinars, there was 120 people signed up in a lunchtime, including managers who want to find out more about how they could support their staff going through fertility treatment. So, I think that's just amazing what the power of someone who had a good idea, who was supported by their manager, could do. Lastly, as we're going to talk about the new strategy next, I wanted to make members aware of the impending retirement of Paula Robinson, who's been our long-time head of planning and governance. I think Paula maybe is the second or third most long-standing member of staff at the HFEA, and she's certainly not only done her time but done it. We can pay tribute, I think, in the January or March meeting, but to pay tribute really because Paula has driven all the work on the new strategy over several years, not only this one but previous ones. And in terms of day-to-day work for the authority members who are on licence committee, we have made the decision for various reasons, not only that Paula is replaceable, but really we were bundling a lot into one person's job. So we are replacing Paula, if I can say that, with a head of licensing and also a head of planning and governance. Delighted that we've recruited. We had a very competitive process for the head of licensing. We've recruited someone who I think will be excellent, who starts next month, and we're in the process for recruiting for a head of planning and governance, and more on that, I think, in the new year. So I think that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Claire. Any questions, comments? Francis?
Thank you very much, Claire. I'm sure people will be aware of the scandal there has been in terms of researchers who were given access to data in Biobank and then used it for nefarious purposes in a way that is frankly eugenic. And I just wondered whether it would be helpful for you to say a little more about what the HFEA does in terms of vetting applications for access to data. so that we can assure ourselves that we've minimised the risk that people might use our data in an inappropriate way.
I can say a bit more about that now, but I'm just wondering, as we have an annual update from the Register Research Panel, which looks at, you know, what we do and how we do it, whether it might be worth a kind of fuller discussion, taking account that later on. I don't know. All right. I mean, I can say a bit more. What I suppose I would say is the bar is very high. We refuse applications, and we also only release, if that's the right expression, the data on fields that are necessary to do the research. So quite often applicants will ask for, I don't know, 15 or 20 types of fields, and we'll go back and say, actually, you know, it's only these 8 or 10 that are relevant. We also have to judge whether the application is not only in the public interest, but whether use of our data is the only way to do it. And once those two things, once that legal challenge or legal bar has been met, there is then quite a lot of in-depth discussion at the panel, which is made up of members with a variety of different experiences. So we have Rachel and other inspectors, and Dina from Scientific Policy. We have experts in the data on the panel, all looking about whether the research aims actually could be met with using our data in the way that's suggested, or whether, you know, perhaps in some cases the project is a good idea, but there are other ways of doing it, and releasing our data would not be the best way. Sometimes I suppose that works negatively, in that we can see there might be merit in the project, but because of the way the law is written, we can't release the data. And it should be said, we're not allowed to release any data relating to donation cycles. So there is a whole kind of gap there that researchers are not able to access any data on.
Thank you.
And I think we will be getting, you know, once the RFP report is available in the spring, I think we will get a fuller overview.
That's right, Julia. So we are effectively, when your predecessors delegated this responsibility to the Register Research Panel, you act as a kind of formally as an oversight committee. So we report to on a yearly basis. But I think that's a really good comment, Francis. So like lots of bodies, for a long time, we've been concerned with how do we make this valuable data available to researchers? I think this recent episode also suggests, you know, we've got to hold that intention with how do we make sure it isn't used for the sorts of purposes it was used. So we will add something either to the report or the covering paper that sort of sets out a bit formally, if you like, the sort of the governance framework that Claire set out, rather than simply saying we've had a number of applications and this is all the productive work that's been done with that data. So it's a really important point.
Other questions for Claire? Any? No, thank you. Tom, on finance.
Thank you. So we've just been through a detailed review of the 24-25 finances and are forecasting a kind of a core year-end underspend of around £60,000. There are a couple of question marks currently relating to our income forecasts and our IT spend that will likely increase the size of that underspend at the end of the year. As you're aware, we received significant budget this year from the department to help us replace our inspection and licensing system, Epicenter. We're nearing the end of procurement now, as Rachel said, but it's taken a bit longer than planned, although this has been largely due to working closely with the department to make sure that their procurement process is robust and as effective as possible. The upshot of this delay is that we'll need to give back some of that budget to the department this year, which has already been factored into the current position, and then expect to receive that budget again in 25-26 as the Epicenter work progresses. Unfortunately, this creates a bit of a risk for us, similar to last year, in that we won't have certainty that this budget has been rolled over until quite late in the year. We've got a very good relationship with the department on our finances, but there are no guarantees, so we'll definitely need to have a plan B for that. We're going to work this up once we have a little bit more detail about the actual costs of the Epicenter work, which hopefully we'll have in a couple of weeks when the procurement finalizes. Just to say quickly on debt, so we've kind of had historic debt with a number of clinics for a variety of reasons for a while, and the finance team has been working hard with other people in the organisation to try and bring that down. I would say that the the KPI for debt collection within 40 days is an indication of the fact that we've cleared a lot of old debt over the last period. So it's kind of an indication that the team has been doing quite well in clearing things. I think that's it. Are there any questions on KPIs or finances?
Catherine.
Thank you. One of the contributors to the likely underspend is the lack of stakeholder events this year. I just wondered whether, Peter, you could say anything about the reaction of the sector to our not holding stakeholder events this year, and whether there has been any concern about a lack of PR events or any other.
So there's not significant concern. PRs are a mixed bunch on this. So for new members, we had for a number of years effectively organised broadly on an annual basis what we called a PR meeting. It was an opportunity in a small sector to get, you know, a significant proportion of PRs in a room, and it allowed us to have a fairly frank conversation about the kind of pressures the sector was under, things that were coming up and so on. Some PRs really like that kind of thing and participate enthusiastically, and others, quite frankly, don't. And so we have not faced really considerable pressure on this. It is a day out of the office. For those PRs based, you know, within reasonable commuting distance of London, that's one thing. But some of the, obviously we are regulating clinics right across the UK, and we've been very concerned about doing, you know, only holding an event when we really feel there would be value to all the participants. Because I think nothing sort of downgrades the currency than getting people to take a day out of their work to come along to something to sort of, if you like, hear what they could read in a series of clinic focuses or something like that. So we felt that given other pressures on time and resources, and the fact that there wasn't a really pressing set of issues that we wanted to talk to PRs about, that the sensible thing to do was delay a meeting. I think that does mean that in the next business year we need to think carefully about what and when. Is there anything else to add to that, Claire?
Could I just ask a question about our income, which you note is 8% down at the moment, whereas the fees from treatments, or the treatments themselves, are 14 and 13% up, and you explain that in relation to refunds and corrections. That seems to me quite a lot of refunds and corrections, and if that goes forward, then, you know, is that going to happen next year? Is our budget in relation to income likely again to be out of kilter to that degree, or not?
We're having that same discussion with the NAO at the moment as they prepare for the audit for next year. I think we built up a number of duplicate invoices from a couple of years ago that we're having to refund at the moment, and the value of that we estimated last year was about £195,000 that ended up going into our annual report as a provision. So at the moment we're working with the NAO to work out how much of that provision is going to be run down, and how much of that kind of those duplicate invoices will be repaid. I think the other question around kind of generally, are there likely to be more duplicate invoices in future? We're working through that as well. I don't think we're in a position. I don't think we think that there's going to be that same level of inaccuracy in the invoicing going forward. We're doing more work around kind of the data quality within PRISM. I'm not sure if there's anything else you might want to say, Peter, generally on kind of how we make sure that the data in PRISM is correct.
Thanks, Tom. So for new members, we have so our model, our income is, so 95% of 95% of our income comes from the clinics we regulate, and the bulk of that income comes from the volume of billable activities they do. The simplest way of viewing this is broadly at the point of embryo transfer. So the clinic does 100 embryo transfers in a given period. We bill them, you know, for 100 of that, they do 1,000, so on and so forth. Because of this, this is a long-running issue exacerbated by the shift from our old information system, submission system, to the new PRISM system, which meant that there was a period of time when clinics couldn't submit data to us as we moved from one system to the other. So we've got a sort of, in any given year, normally, there will always be a bit of discrepancy around timing. And the auditors who go through this think this is of no great material circumstance. But if you then extend that over a several year period because of this big transition, then the numbers, effectively you're talking about 3 years worth of problem rather than 1 year's worth of problem. So it becomes a slightly more material conversation. The problem with duplicates is concentrated in a couple of quite large clinics, which we are tackling separately and we're working through. Indeed, the largest of those we've made some very big problems on. So I think this is a historic problem that we can get over. And what we do know about PRISM, despite the fact this has been a long, drawn out and quite painful transitional process, is the quality of checks and balances in PRISM are vastly better than the old system. So once we get over the historic problem, the quality of the data coming into us ought to be significantly more accurate. So, this very much feels like a transitioning problem rather than, I don't think we'll be saying, Graham, in years to come, treat this income level with a pinch of salt because it'll all have to work its way out. It will never be absolutely on the nail because, in any financial year, you draw a line and sort of tally it up at that point, and some people might have late submissions and the like. But I have no doubts that it will be in the acceptable limits that the auditors require in order to say confidently, we're assured that the income levels coming into the HFEA in the given period they've been audited are accurate enough for the purposes of annual reporting to Parliament and the like.
So just back to stakeholder engagement, just looking at the ALP and licence officer, there's quite a change in PRs and licence holders. So I wonder if it would be prudent to maybe ask the new PRs and licence holders over the last year or something, what they would like from the HFE to help them in their role. I think that's a good idea. I think we have talked about potentially kind of doing a bit more engagement with clinic staff as a whole. It's been a long time since we've done a kind of sector survey about views of the HFEA, how it could work better. So perhaps we could roll it into there. On average, pre-COVID, there was a turnover of about 10 new PRs a year. I don't think we're actually up to that anymore. And what we're seeing more is that PRs now are PRs of multiple clinics. So there's less PRs, if that makes sense, rather than more. But I think that it's good to take the temperature. And as Peter said, I think consider for next financial year whether having a future PR event would be a good idea. I think involvement of licence holders as well would be quite good because they do hold a licence.
Sorry, just to say I'd support that to include licence holders. Thank you.
Now, as someone who attended 2 of the previous meetings as a PR, they were very useful. As a reflection, the first ever one was a bit one way. So I think we sort of felt like naughty schoolboys and schoolgirls slightly being lectured by the HFEA, which it wasn't a great experience. But the organisers, the HFEA, really learned from that. So the subsequent one was completely different, and it was a two-way learning exercise. I thought PRs learning from the HFEA and vice versa. So the culture and the way it is carried out obviously makes a huge difference, particularly then for subsequent attendance. People think it was worth going. I'll go to another one.
Right. I just thought I'd mention this isn't particularly PRs, but I have gone out just recently to various meetings with nursing groups and subspecialty trainees to talk about the HFEA and our regulation, talking to the nursing groups about how to be involved in inspection, being inspection ready, and with the subspecialty trainees talked about what HFEA is doing at the moment and about becoming a PR. So although we haven't had a specific sector events here, I have been going out and talking to different groups at various times.
Any other questions for any of Peter or the SMT? And I just want to also say that, they've given brief reports, but there's been a huge amount underlying that. And I think it's probably fair to say, Peter, that it's been an extraordinarily busy year. I mean, every year's been busy, but this, in my experience anyway, and I think over a long time, has been the sine qua non of the of busy years, and a huge amount of effort of Peter and the SMT. And I think we're very grateful because, we're in good shape, and we've done some very important work. But it's hopefully we'll have a slightly less frenetic year next year. But it's really been a challenge that you've all met, and I think we're very grateful for that. Now, coming on to our new strategy and business plan, like all public bodies, we are required to agree a strategy, generally every 3 years. And our current strategy, for those of you who have been here a while, remember that the actual strategy, I think it ended in 2023, and we agreed to carry it through another year, really because of COVID and the fact that we were a bit behind. And so now we're about to agree the new strategy for 2025-28. The strategy, which is, starts with our vision, and it provides the framework for the activities we do. And I think it's year one of the activities in year one where we pull out the business plan, which is really the sort of list of activities that we tick off during the year to make sure we do. And I'm going to ask Paula to take us through. We've seen the papers, we've been commenting several times on the draft strategy, we've got stakeholder feedback, but now we need to comment both on the strategy and the draft business plan. Just before I hand over to Paula, I just want to also record my thanks to her. She has done a phenomenal job in getting this strategy to where it is. I think most of you have had some engagement with Paula on this. It's really clear, it's really good. And honestly, I don't suppose 2 people will be enough to replace her, actually. But we'll have to do what we can. Anyway, on that note, Paula, handing over to you.
Thanks very much for that, Julia, and thanks to all of you for all your input over a number of months. So first slide, please, Shabir. Thank you. So to date in the process, what we've done is we've had a number of workshops, and we've been thinking about our wider operating environment and what that means for the future and the types of changes that we want to drive over the next 3 years. And this is the first time I'm bringing a draft of the document itself to a formal meeting. And I should point out that it won't be the final finished design, because we'll do some design work in January. That'll begin in the new year, and you'll receive a final version for sign off at your January meeting, with the aim of publishing the strategy in April. And side by side with that, of course, we'll need a business plan for the first delivery year, which is why this paper covers so many elements, because we have to bring the two together in lockstep. And meanwhile, since the last version was circulated for comment, I've gone along to a few of our stakeholder meetings and sought their feedback, some of which is summarised in the paper. Next slide, please, Shabir. So we really noted this backdrop of change, and I won't read out all the points on the slide since you're all familiar with them. But in short, we know that by 2028, the sector and bioscience alike will bring new things for us to think about. It is already bringing new things for us to think about. So we're already seeing a growth in elements of advice being offered online, for instance, and we know that AI is developing fast. And likewise, with a lot of the scientific developments, like research on embryo-like entities and in vitro derived gametes, among other areas, all these things are moving quite fast. And I think it's fair to say that our work on the Act remains very central to all this. The regulatory regime was designed for a world where all the treatment was still provided in a bricks and mortar clinic. And in science, things are coming along that couldn't possibly have been predicted back in 1990. And in some cases, we know that we we need changes to the law if we're going to be able to regulate things adequately. So all of that earlier thinking led us into discussions about what our vision would be for the next 3 years. Thanks, Shabir. And so this is what we've arrived at. And as we set out in the introductory section of the strategy, what we want is for patients who are seeking a longed-for family to continue to have safe, high-quality fertility treatment. And we want clinics and researchers and the wider public to be able to have confidence that our regulation can meet the demands of the changing times that we're seeing. We want to ensure we've got a well-regulated sector that is trusted by patients and the public, that we are providing the right information that is helpful to patients in making difficult treatment choices. And we want to make sure that biosciences that can lead to real innovations in treatment can flourish within an ethical framework. So our vision statement is more than just a summary, it's a statement of intent. And it's something that we'll want to steer by in the coming 3 years. And it's also, I hope, short enough to remember, because it's important that they're nice and pithy. In the recommendations, which I'll come back to at the end, there's a question for you about the positioning of this in the introductory section, but I will come back to the recommendation. So we've also particularly discussed future challenges and priorities in the context of all these changes that we're seeing. In terms of access, we know people are delaying trying to start a family, and if they have difficulty conceiving, they're finding it difficult to access NHS advice and tests. We know the sector is changing, it's increasingly commercial, it's increasingly technology driven, and it's increasingly online. And that presents patients with new choices, but also new dilemmas. And those things are not always what the regulatory model was designed for. Donation is a growing issue for the HFEA and the sector as more people access the register, and there's generally a much higher level of interest, documentaries being made. Scientific innovation is pushing up against what's lawful in the UK, and that could threaten advances that could otherwise help patients and could have a knock-on effect on the UK's reputation overall in biosciences. We know we need to get Parliament to modernise the Act, and our patient safety focus and our promoting good practice focus is all part of that work, along with access to donor information and consent and scientific innovation. And as you know, we have some project work going on already, and there will be some items coming to you this afternoon and early next year. So we've used this and all the earlier thinking to populate in the strategy itself all those tables that say we want and we will. And those show the changes that we want to see, and at a very high level, how we will drive those changes. And in each year of the strategy, the business plan that we write for each year will set out those actions in more detail. Thanks, Shabir. And so we've arrived at a strategy with these two main pillars. One is regulating a changing environment, and the other is supporting scientific and medical innovation. So starting with the regulating a changing environment one, we want to be able to regulate effectively, and we want to maintain public confidence, because it's important that we provide assurance for patients and for other people out there that the UK fertility sector is well regulated, that it provides high quality ethical care regardless of your choice of clinic. We want to bring together our inspection and clinical governance information and other data sources that could really help us to regulate in a more streamlined and efficient way. Through our law reform work, we will continue to make the case for enhanced powers to cover the new service provision models that are evolving, including those that are offered online. We want to increase the availability and benefit of our data. And there's actually a lot in that one if you unpack it, because we want to do several things here. We want to make improvements to the website to make more information more readily available. We want to improve the Choose a Fertility Clinic patient and inspection rating system. We've talked about developing an HFEA trust mark to help patients identify licensed and regulated sources of information, which would help patients to know when they're accessing different services, which ones are regulated. We don't quite know yet how that would work, and figuring that out would form part of the work, but we think that that could be done. And we want to improve the reach of our data as well, so that patients could have access via other online sources with terms and conditions that would apply to the provider of the data. And we want to develop our internal systems to work towards a single source of information model for our data. We want to provide OTR information that's accurate and timely. And as you know, we've already been focusing really hard on reducing the current waiting list. And we've got systems in place now that are really starting to help with that, as we've seen in the performance figures. But going forward into 2025 to 2028, we need to continue to develop those systems and monitor what's coming in and what's going out so that we can streamline it more over time. And at times when we need to address issues that arise, we need effective communications and clear policy responses and so on, so that we can respond well. And lastly, and we've got an element of this in each pillar of the strategy, we want to be able to make a difference to patients by speaking up on issues and using our voice as a regulator. So this is about using our publications to highlight things like inequality of access to treatment, and providing evidence and using our authoritative voice to be able to influence policymakers and to work with other bodies that might have a shared interest on particular issues, because we hold and publish data that can be really useful in bringing these kinds of issues to public attention. And I'm sure that some of your discussions on the various SCAP recommendations that are coming to you will also feed into this half of the strategy, but this focuses on supporting scientific and medical innovation. And we want to ensure that the emerging new science and technology is safely regulated. So we want to lead policy formation and the development of regulatory criteria when new treatment advances and new scientific developments come along, and make sure that new treatments don't get blocked just because they're new. So with areas that are not currently regulated, like new embryo models and artificial gametes and that kind of thing, we want to work with the government to establish certainty as to whether those should be brought under a clear regulatory framework. And on AI, we're already doing a project on this, and we will work with the sector and professional bodies and other regulatory bodies to ensure that the way AI is used in clinics is evidence-based and safe. And we'll need to develop our own regulatory and inspection approach to take account of that AI usage in clinics. We also want to consider within the HFEA how we could make use of AI to improve the ways we work. And not just AI, but sometimes automation as well. For instance, perhaps it can help us to answer basic public inquiries and drafting responses based on material that's already on the website, things like that. We really want to understand the potential and the potential drawbacks and the costs and the savings and so on. And as with the other half of the strategy, we want to influence and inform. So we will use our voice and use our data to inform policymakers in relation to new bioscience developments and the practicalities of their regulation. And we want to make sure that future changes to the Act or any surrounding legal instruments have some built-in future-proofing, so that future, as yet unknown developments, which we know will come along, can be regulated effectively without us always having to get the law changed every time something new happens. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, in terms of stakeholder feedback, our stakeholders have all welcomed the draft strategy, and overall the feedback has been very positive. I get a general sense that people recognise the future we're describing and articulating, which is a good test of our thinking. There were really no negative comments at all about the sorts of things we've been planning to include, which is great. So the main things to note, other than people saying thanks and carry on, we did have a plea to consider and manage the impact on clinics when we implement things. So that's not about what we're proposing to do, it's about how we propose to do it. That was a general comment, not about any one particular thing in the strategy. There's definitely recognition among professionals and patients alike, I think, that AI is evolving very quickly and a lot of interest in that. So great support for us including it in the strategy. There was a thought that came up for inclusion from the patient organisations group, which was about regulating pricing. And obviously we don't have any financial powers now, and that didn't form part of our proposals on legislative reform. So my question to you today, which I'll come back to in the recommendations at the end, is really whether we think that that is worthy of further discussion, because we're not a cost regulator, of course, and funding isn't up to us. But under the general heading of using our voice more, the issue for stakeholders is whether we should have more powers in this area. So the question is whether that is something members would want to consider over the next strategy, or something we should park for a bit later. And as I said, I'll come back to that at the end. The Patient Engagement Forum members have just fed back in the last couple of days, so I'll just tell you what they said, because it's not in the paper. They're very supportive of the strategy. In particular, a patient who had experience at several clinics in the UK said that it looked very comprehensive and touched upon all the key themes and challenges for us as an organisation. She was keen to see us reflecting something about transparent communications and support. She wanted to see transparent, clear and jargon-free information from clinics about treatment options and success rates and risks and costs, and wanted patients to feel empowered to make informed decisions, but not pressured into more expensive options without clear explanations of benefits and risks. Another point was that patients should feel reassured that their clinic is being thoroughly vetted and is held accountable for providing excellent care, as opposed to just meeting the minimum regulatory requirements. And I think that tallies really well with our vision of regulating for confidence. It was a desire really for us to strengthen our approach to inspections and patient feedback to ensure high standards and not just average standards. So that was the gist of the Patient Engagement Forum feedback. And then we come to the planning piece that sits side by side with all this. So we always begin our planning for the next business year in August or September. So we have a corporate management group meeting that we call CMG Plus, which starts to think about the next business plan. And of course, in a strategy development year, it's always slightly more complicated because you're trying to do it side by side with the new strategy being developed, but it's manageable. So we've started our initial work on that in September, and we will return to that exercise again in a lot more detail in January. We're also going to discuss it at the upcoming normal December CMG meeting. And what our discussions cover is three broad elements, which I've also included in Annex B. So firstly, we have to think about business as usual, because whatever else is going on, we still have to do our core statutory work and meet our other regular obligations, like responding to FOI requests and parliamentary questions and maintaining our governance tools and so on and so forth. We also have a list of known work that's coming up in the year in question and longer term work that will continue into the year in question from this year. And then on top of that, we have the strategy delivery, where we look at the strategy and we start to figure out in more detail how and when we will do those things, what sort of packages of work that looks like, and so on. And in any year, there are lots of moving parts, and each team will need to develop its own service delivery plan for each year. So at this stage, the main thing is to identify the things that will most likely fall in year one, since that's the business plan that we need to start drafting before and after Christmas. And some elements of the strategy work, if you look through the list, will occur naturally in every year. So for instance, using our voice, we won't confine that to 1 year. It's something that will happen in things. Whereas with other things, we will need to determine the right order so that we sequence things logically and make sure that we prioritise appropriately and don't overload ourselves in any 1 year. I think it's worth particularly noting that the project to replace Epicenter and CM and the portal is quite a longitudinal project. It'll take about 18 months in all, and it will require a lot of staff input, probably from different teams at different intensities at different times over that time scale. And it's really essential work, and it's important that we invest the staff time in it so that we get a really good system out of it. So we do need to plan for that and not try to overload that first year by also trying to tackle the whole of the strategy at once. And it's also the case that things like a review of the website would need to follow on after that project has been completed, because there's some things that the re-platforming that's going to be involved will allow us to do after we've done it, but not before. We definitely hope that once we've done that re-platforming, some of our core systems will be so much improved and we'll be able to work much more efficiently and with greater stability in the future. And in terms of supporting the government's 10-year health plan, we will obviously need to assess what we need to do once that has been published, but that can only be on the radar for the moment. And in the list here on this slide, some of this work is already baked into the strategy. So this lists our ongoing work like law reform and the fees review. And my next slide summarises the main elements of the strategy that we would expect to start work on in 25-26. Thanks, Shabir. And I haven't absolutely added everything to this slide, but these are the main things. Section 4 of Annex B gives you the more complete list and shows all 3 years side by side. It's important to bear in mind as well that when we do the detailed planning, some of this could shift between the 3 years. We really need to judge that when we've dug into it a bit more and started to unpack the work packages and worked out how big they are and how long they'll take and who's involved and so on. So this is just indicative at the moment. And I've included potentially working towards a single view of our data, although seriously progressing that will first require that re-platforming work that I was just talking about. So I suspect that through that work, we can at least start to assess how it would work and how the overall architecture would look. But this single view is what we would ultimately need in order to fully exploit the potential of AI. So it definitely holds a lot of potential for the future. Now that project will most likely start in January, so there will be time still to adjust the business plan before it's published so that it actually reflects the reality of what we think we can achieve. So if we realise year 1 is going to be too early to make any progress, we can retime it for year 2. And one final point on all this planning work, if we hear sooner rather than later that we're getting parliamentary time for changes to the Act, then we would probably have to rethink some of this prioritisation in order to create the necessary space for that important work. So that it will all depend on what stage that happens. If we got good news on that before this was published, that would be one thing. We could do a replan before we publish anything. But if, on the other hand, for instance, we heard in year 2 that the process is going to start in year 3, we'd just have to have a very close look at year 3 and look hard at our resources. So at the moment, we should just continue to plan as best we can, really, and maintain that awareness and recognise that our plans might have to remain quite flexible. And so finally, coming back to the recommendations, this is just a summary of the recommendations in the paper. And I thought perhaps, Julia, we could take questions from members on these area by area, starting with the strategy itself. And picking up the sub recommendations, if you like, about things like the positioning of the vision, that piece of stakeholder feedback about regulating pricing, and take it through like that. Is that okay?
I think that's a very good idea. Why don't you let's start firstly commenting on the strategy and then taking them step by step. I mean, just bearing in mind, and for new members, that we've seen several iterations of this and we're a long way down the track, so I think our discussion should be in that framed within that context. Tim.
I've seen sorry, I think, yeah. First, please, ladies.
Please.
Tennis match. I mean, certainly it's an incredible document, actually, and great presentation after all the work that's gone into that after a long time. To summarise it like that was wonderful. I mean, I have no negative comments at all, actually, about the whole draft strategy. I'm fully supportive. Pricing is mentioned in there. I think that's a huge project. So I was peripherally involved. There was an aim to get an NHS tariff, and a lot of work went in to try and get an agreed tariff for an NHS IVF cycle, and it got nowhere. And that was pretty simple because that was non-commercial, purely NHS, and there was no agreement about what was included in an IVF cycle, and then in the end, really the final price on it in terms of Claire's taking my head on that.
Just to come back on that, not shaking my head as I recall that as well as Gita, but I think that the comment from I think it was the patient organisation and stakeholder group, was not about us kind of necessarily saying this is the price of IVF. It was having more oversight of what would be a reasonable price. So if someone is charged £20,000, so much more of a financial regulator, if you like. I think, is that correct, Paula, that's sort of the way they were coming in, rather than in us getting involved necessarily in setting a benchmark price?
Okay,
I think that's right. Yes.
Just to finish off that. Because I guess from a regulatory environment where regulators do have roles in pricing, it tends to be where there's no competition. So, water supply, etc., where consumers have no competition. I'm not really aware of environments where regulators, where there is competition, whether it's broadband or whatever it might be, actually have a regulatory role in terms of limiting pricing. But the transparency side of it, absolutely very, very important. And I think we're much further on with ASA work that's gone on in that. So I think that if we can have more powers in ensuring that clinics are completely 100% transparent for patients, so they know what they're getting into and what's included completely, that should be pushed in this.
Yeah, thank you. I also wanted to commend Paula. I often think when the authority has iterative discussions in the development of a new strategy, that for your position, it's like herding cats, and not only do you do it with incredible skill, but you produce something that looks so thoroughly coherent out of all our discussions. So I commend you for that, and thank you very much. Again, like Tim, I have no argument with anything. I think that you have captured brilliantly all that we sought. Couple of smallish points in terms of the two key themes. I think it's important that when we talk about enhancing regulatory efficiency and tools, that we include reducing regulatory burden wherever possible. I think that's consistent with the government's priority regarding growth, and what Peter alluded to at the beginning of this meeting. I think in terms of OTR, I think it's important to say that we are continuing to provide accurate and timely information. I think as we've got it, it rather suggests that perhaps at the moment we're not providing accurate and timely, and that we're going to. And then the last small point is that when we talk about using our authoritative voice to highlight issues that matter to patients, I think it's also worth reiterating that wherever possible, that should be in conjunction with the government's health priority and with the development of a wider women's health strategy to cover areas other than fertility. In terms of the suggestion that potentially we need to include in our legislative ask the question around price capping taken from other economic regulators, I think that's a really interesting question. And I think that there are valuable pros and cons on either side of the argument. My own view is that it is worth further discussion, but I would say probably not for this strategy, probably for a subsequent one, not least because of the doubt about the timing of legislative reform. And in terms of your ask about the vision statement, two small points. Firstly, I would put it first. I think it's a powerful vision statement. I think it sits in the mind, and I think all explains how we got there. So I would very much put it first. And apart from the fact that I like alliteration, I would suggest that instead of the word right information, we consider the term sufficient information. Right information implies accurate. I think sufficient captures both accurate and complete. And what we're about in terms of patient focus and patient enhanced regulatory practice within healthcare is the combination of the two. because that is ultimately what's empowering patients. So I think for me, the vision would be safe treatment, sufficient information, and supported innovation. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Alex.
Sorry, you go first, Geeta.
First, yes, sorry.
Go on, Alex. Thank you, Julia. It sounds repetitive, but I think it's worthy of reputation to actually congratulate Paula on the brilliant work she always has done. And I don't know, Paula seems to just absolutely get the right words in the right place at the right time. And the strategy and the way she's articulated it today has been quite impressive. And I hope many people will listen to this because it's being recorded, and you will be missed. So I would actually say two things. One is, of course, commend your strategy. And as regards to pricing, regulation, whatever word we want to use, yes, Tim, as regards to the NHS IVF expert group, I was on that as well. It didn't get anywhere. But the CMA, I think, has done a piece of work towards trying to come, not benchmarking, but to try and get a price of IVF cycle, and maybe working collaboratively with them to continue that work might lead us to what our stakeholders want to achieve. And it will be good for the authority as well. And just finally, it's, yes, the government's 10-year health plan, but I also think with the innovation office coming up, Science and Technology Department, may actually have more input into that, and we might benefit when it comes to a strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. I echo what other members say, and totally in support of the strategy, and obviously great to see the feedback we've given in previous drafts now come through in various areas. I had two small points really, again, on the supporting scientific and medical innovation section. I mean, I totally agree with all of that, and Peter, I mean, following on from Geeta, really, you alluded kind of today and yesterday to kind of efforts across government in terms of science and innovation, and I can see the argument that any innovation around embryo research and ethics might be considered completely different to any innovation around genomic development for someone post-born and consent and everything we're going to get in after lunch. But I do wonder, in terms of just managing the limited resource we have in the HFEA, whether there are other bodies across health and now across government that we could kind of have a combined effort with to influence policy, and we should suggest bringing, how we could bring that together so other people are doing some of that work alongside us. And I was really great to see Tom's appointment to the board and his experience with Genomics England, because I do think that's an organisation that we should perhaps look to closer ties with across the course of this strategy, and I'm sure Tom will give us some advice about that offline. Just on the regulation of pricing, I was going to say something similar to Catherine, that I think it is for the next 3-year strategy, and a few. So I would support regulation of pricing. I agree with what Paula said. It does totally change our view as a regulator, but it is widening inequalities. But I think the two reasons I would suggest it was for the next strategy would be, number one, what counts as what is being costed and what is being sold is evolving so rapidly over the next 18 months to 3 years. We might start some work and then change. And the other thing, which is more important, again, kind of happy to go into this outside the meeting, is the generation of people that will be 15, 16 to 25 now, that will be considering some kind of assisted fertility activity once we have completed this strategy in 3 years' time, anything from egg freezing to fill IVF. Their attitude to money and spending money, and the kind of people that have disposable income and turn on Netflix one month and then turn on some kind of health consultation next month with that disposable income is very different, and that will kind of have different elasticity of pricing, that I think we will want to understand the behaviour of the next set of consumers that will be accessing IVF and facilities in 3 years, 6 years, 9 years before we think about regulating pricing, because it is little and often than big and infrequently, and that should feed into any regulation. But I'm not an economist, so we need some other experts on that.
Thank you. As a newbie, this is such an impressive piece of work, and so it's really great to see. Just looking at number 4, with speaking up for patients on issues such as equality and access, it's just a real plea to keep that focus on the groups that are just underrepresented in this sector anyway, and to really be thinking proactively about reaching out to maybe groups that we haven't done before, making sure that all voices are included. It's very easy to just have the focus of the fertility sector on one demographic predominantly, and it's really encouraging the work that the HFEA has done previously anyway on this issue, but just a plea going forward to really keep that focus and to make sure all voices and all ethnicities are represented.
Thank you for echo again. It is a great piece of work, and it's really impressive coming fresh to this. But I do have one question, which is a lot of this is predicated on achieving regulatory and law reform, and that is something that is not necessarily within our control, even though we can put it forward. So is there a plan B, or how do we achieve some of these if we can't get that in the timescales that we would like to take this forward, and what thinking has there been about that?
Yes, sorry. That's it, I'm on. Yes, there has been some thinking about that. I mean, I think what's really important to note is that there's plenty we can do without the law reform. It's just that there are some areas that we couldn't make progress in unless there was legal change. So I don't think that it bars us from doing any of the sort of main pillars of this strategy if we don't get changes to the Act straight away. It's just that it would be better if it happens sooner. I'm sure it will happen eventually, but it would be better if it happens sooner because of the speed of advance of the science and so forth. Don't know if Peter wants to add anything on the Act.
I think that's fair, Paula. But I think it's equally true, Tom, that the sort of the basic vision is achievable, or rather, direction of travel on those two big aims is achievable either way. It's a question of how much further forward we can get with law reform. And I think it's also the extent to which some of those decisions will become trickier without law reform, because we will be increasingly, adopting, if you like, bold policy positions at the very edges of our powers. But I think, my sense is from the environmental sort of scanning work we've done, we're all pretty convinced, and so are our stakeholders, that we're looking at the right things. We're worrying about the right problems. But you're right, if we don't get clarity on law reform by the time we publish, and we do need to publish at the start of next year, we'll just have to sort of phrase the final document in a way that acknowledges those two sort of scenarios, and I suppose articulate, the plan B slightly better than it currently is. But it's, you asked the right question.
May I come back? Yeah, cool. Just to say, I really do 100% agree that the vision is correct, and what comes through from the papers is that that's a uniform position across the whole sector. So I personally would be very supportive in you taking it forward and being bolder if that was required, because I think the work has been done to show that that's the right thing to do as well. So just to help say that.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, so congratulations to everybody for all the work that's gone into this, absolutely. So just a point of clarification or comment really, Paula. So as regards the HFEA's ongoing duty, of course, as an information provider and so forth, one of the things I know that's on people's minds is the question of the visibility of the HFEA. to patients. And I'm just wondering, I presume that's sort of baked into the strategy in a way, in some way, the question of raising the profile of the HFEA to patients, and when they go on Google, when they speak to their GPs, some of them, and so forth, and also within clinics. I'm just mindful of that as a kind of ongoing issue of importance. Otherwise, all the work that is done is not necessarily as effective as it could be. Yeah.
Yes, that is an ongoing theme that we try and look at. Of course, we, try and maximize our exposure in Google and things like that. But it's one of the reasons why, in thinking about expanding the reach of our data, we've thought about making our data available to other organizations who would have to sign up to terms and conditions to use it through a website or an app. Because whatever we do, we can't guarantee that we'll always be the first thing that people find, or even that people will ever find us, because you've got a lot of private companies that can pay to go to the top of those Google rankings and so on. Don't know if anybody else would like to add anything on that.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point, but to me, it goes hand in hand with the suggestion that we ought to begin sooner rather than later to giving patients a clear steer as the market unbundles further and separates out into the regulated and the unregulated. It's an obvious tie-in with the development of a trust mark or a kite mark. And I see that as straight down the line consistent with our primary duty for public protection.
Just to briefly follow on from that, I think by the time patients come to clinics, they're quite far down the information line that they found elsewhere. And you're absolutely right, paying a lot of money to get that age demographic that have HFE popping up on their TikTok or whatever is very costly, but it's perhaps something we do need to explore, because I think patients that come to the clinic have done their work beforehand and then are in the right licensed centre facility, but we need to catch people before then, and it is perhaps something we need to focus on. We want to, we've consistently said our voice gets lost, and I think this is perhaps one area our voice is lost, and it should be perhaps a strategy to catch people as soon as they think. And I think you've alluded to the age demograph that we're pointing at. We have to try and capture that age demograph, and websites isn't really the way to capture that age demograph.
Well, I totally agree that we've got to be appearing on the first page. And Google ads really are Google ads. They are not SEO rankings. So in some ways, I would also support everything to try and get us. I mean, I don't know whether if this is more digital expertise. Of course, if we get all clinics to put the HFEA link on their front page, whether it will actually particularly help us with our SEO as well. And also more videos and maybe patient support videos. And I also suggested some time ago about potentially having some translations of information that we have in different languages for ethnic other patients. All these might help because the social media, I think we're doing quite well actually on social media right now. And if we continue with that, and hopefully we will get our SEO ranking up, because it is quite important with everything that is being done. If it's not accessed by patients and not heard and seen by patients, then it's not going to be as effective as we want it to be. Thank you. Claire.
Just on the website and social media, I mean, I did just search IVF, and after the NHS and Wikipedia, we are the kind of, so we have, and I should pay credit particularly to Philip in our comms team, who tirelessly works on our ranking. I think there are some decisions to be made following the adoption of the new strategy. And I think in January, Paula, we're coming back with the business plan, if I'm right, because I've long said this, that with the resources we have available, I personally feel we are doing kind of the best we can with our mainstream media, social media and website. So, without spending more money on either people or adverts, frankly, I struggle to know kind of what we could, we can always do more or indifferently, but I struggle to see where we can do more better. Sorry, that doesn't make sense. More with what the resources we've got. So I'd very much welcome, any thoughts that people have as, things that they think we should be doing, or questions about how we could allocate resources differently so that we can, do more and have more resources to do that. Because I struggle to see how we can do it without more financial or people power, essentially.
Thank you, Claire. So that is, a discussion that we'll have again in January. But if you any thoughts, we can continue to talk about these before January if people have thoughts. But I think we can only do what we can do, but we can always improve. But I think we're in a reasonably good position. I'm conscious of time because we've got a very busy afternoon, but I did want to give everybody a bit of homework, I'm afraid, which I think Paula will want me to do. Paula wanted some comment on the best positioning for the vision. And Catherine, for example, has just said that she'd prefer at the moment that there's some text which provides the context for the vision, and then you've got the regulating for confidence with the 3 pillars, and then you've got a bit more context. I think what Catherine was suggesting, it should go at the front. I personally like it where it is, but I can be persuaded. But I think rather than, we haven't got time to go around the table and everyone needs to think about it. So all I'm saying is, when I'm giving my view and Catherine's view, there is a range of views. So what I would like is for everybody to look at it once again and to email Paula by close of business tomorrow. So you've thought about this, you've had it for ages, you just have to remind yourself what it says. Just gut feeling, does the vision statement stay where it is, or does it go at the top, or anywhere else you might want to put it? And then get back to Paula, because otherwise I think we could spend literally the next 3 years deciding on the position of the vision statement, and I think we'll just take a straw poll and go with what the majority think. Is that all right? Thank you. Okay, on that note, I know we're a little behind schedule, but not very much, and we'll catch up. Let's break for lunch. Why don't we come back, just after 15:15, so give ourselves just about 25-30 minutes for lunch. Everybody online, I wish I could give you lunch. I can't, so go and put your kettles on, and we'll see you back in about half an hour. Thank you very much. So welcome back, everybody. Welcome to everybody online, including those who've maybe just joined. I think from the department, I know they're having a few IT problems this morning. So if you've just joined now, welcome. So we have 2 quite important pieces of business to do today, arising out of all our work on law reform. It seems rather appropriate, actually, that as members will know, this year, 2024, has marked the 100th year of the birth of Mary Warnock. And there were many features of the Warnock Consensus, but in particular, she highlighted the need for red lines, so, limits to what scientific research and medicine and treatments were able to do, and also the really key importance of public engagement and public consensus and bringing the public with you. And that's why actually the Warnock Commission was actually named the Warnock Consensus in many people renamed it, if you like, or called it the Warnock Consensus. And I think today, we live in a world in a medical and scientific world that perhaps Warnock wouldn't even have recognised. The idea that artificial embryo models perhaps are coming on stream and family formations that are really different from what she expected. But I think the general principles, the framework of the Warnock consensus, which includes the real key importance of public engagement, of having red lines, although the red lines have probably shifted from the red lines that Warnock recognised. But the framework that she set out is something that we very much still abiding by today, the values, if you like, of the Warnock consensus. And today, it's really interesting. We have delivered, as just for new members, 15 proposals or thereabouts to the Department of Health and Social Care, to recommendations really for how we see the Act should be updated. Because basically what everyone thinks, understandably, that after 30 plus years, the Act under which we regulate is in need of updating. And there are 4 areas where we thought we concluded needed further work, and 2 of those areas we're going to discuss today, with the idea of making the recommendations of some description. And Rebecca is very soon going to put one of those to us, because the one we're going to start with is about the 14-day rule, which I'll come back to. But just before I continue looking at the 14-day rule specifically, and then we'll move to after the coffee break to the second area. Peter, is there anything else you would like to say by way of context?
Thank you, Julia. So very briefly, as much for new members and the public record as anything else, because I know that established members know this well. So as Julia says, we are operating with a law which in its fundamentals is over 30 years old. And a couple of years ago now, we engaged on a very considerable piece of work, talking to stakeholders and holding a consultation which drew a lot of responses on a series of proposals to update the HFEA Act, which was last looked at in 2008. For the record, and to say the obvious, law changes clearly are a matter for government and then ultimately for Parliament. But clearly, as one of the government's expert regulatory bodies, it's right and proper that we might express a view about the law that we have to work with week in, week out. As Julia said, in the end, after a long process, we came up with 15 proposals for where we think the Act could be modernised, whilst picking up Julia's expression, the sort of general framework of the Act in place. A lot of those proposals we feel are in a very robust state in order for us to have a serious conversation with the department if that's where ministers want to go on this. But we did identify 4 areas where further research or thinking was appropriate. As Julia says, 2 of those are coming today. You'll later talk about a series of regulatory changes with the aim of protecting patient safety. But today we are discussing one of 3 elements of scientific innovation, if you like, where the world has changed. And the fact that the scientific possibilities of change, of course, doesn't in itself drive the need for legal change. But what it does do is it makes the question important to ask. So I suppose in a way what today is about is asking the question. Government, as I say, will make another decision. So I think that's the essential context for today's discussion on the current limitation on embryo research, which limits it to a period of the first 14 days of life.
Thank you. So, as Peter said, today we're considering the arguments in respect to the 14-day rule, which limits the law currently limits research on human embryos to 14 days. This is one of the cornerstones of the law in the UK, and it's a rule that actually has been adopted in many other countries. Often what the HFEA does in the UK is copied and admired globally still. But I think it's fair to say that science has progressed to a point where the 14-day rule now is probably a constraint on research. That doesn't mean to say that we should recommend the law be changed, but I think it does give us a responsibility and require us to consider whether the law should respond to accommodate new scientific possibilities in the future. And that's largely what we're going to do today. And there will be some points for us to consider. But I think at this point, I'll hand over to Rebecca to give us an overview, and then we'll put up what points we'd like you specifically to discuss, and we will discuss.
Thank you. To go ahead with the slide. So you will have received the meeting papers last week, and hopefully the paper was comprehensive and hopefully reasonably succinct. I'm going to just go through the highlights of the paper before we open the floor for discussion of the questions. So very quickly, why revisit the 14-day rule? Julia mentioned some of these reasons already, so I won't go into any more detail here unless anyone has any questions. So in October, the SCAC met and discussed scientific considerations around the 14-day rule. And in a nutshell, the committee agreed that there was a scientific case for extending the 14-day rule, and that any extension would require a new agreed upper limit. They thought this was important both for public confidence but also for researcher clarity. And any new time limit would need to be justified, for example, by principles, by developmental stages, and the benefits that could arise from research. And while the committee did not make a specific recommendation around any new future time limit, 28 days was discussed in detail and recognised as being discussed internationally, and is also actually the subject of a couple of international advisory recommendations. And another point that the SCAC agreed on was that projects should be reviewed on any projects with a new time limit should be reviewed on a case-by-case basis with the time limit specified by a review committee. If you have any further questions on the SCAC discussions, the minutes actually of the SCAC meeting went online on Monday, the same time as the board papers, so you can see the whole debate if you wanted to. Or if you had any questions, obviously the committee chair is Tim is here. I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Why don't you carry on, and then we'll take questions at the end, I think.
So I'll now go into the case for keeping the status quo. So in terms of scientific considerations, there's an argument that 7 to 14-day research has not yet been fully exploited, and it might be an idea to do further research in that area before extending. There are also questions about the reliability of embryo culture beyond 14 days, because some research has shown that around 12, 13 days, there starts to be some deviation of in vitro embryos from what has been seen with in vivo embryos. And there's also questions about the future use of stem cell-based embryo models. They are advancing, and maybe in future, they can play a greater role in research. In terms of ethical and moral considerations, I would just mention here, I'm talking specifically here about in relation to extending the 14-day rule, not about embryo research in general, although we do recognise, obviously, that there is a minority of the public who oppose any form of embryo research, so of course they would oppose any extension as well. But the questions raised specifically around the question of extension are concerns around sentience or awareness when you extend the time limit, and concerns of a slippery slope. Well, it's 28 days now. What will it be next? And concern that that might approach viability one day in the future, and this could open the door to that. And also uncertainty about benefits. You know, would the research that could be undertaken, would it really lead to important discoveries or not? And another consideration is the need to validate, just an additional point, to validate stem cell-based embryo models using human embryos. So even if we were to move towards more research use of stem cell-based embryo models, there would still be a need to use human embryos to validate those models. Next slide, please. And in terms of the case for changing the status quo, the scientific considerations that were looked at include the fact that research up to 14 days has brought many benefits. Improved success rates for IVF is one of them, and also the development of things like mitochondrial replacement therapy has been enabled, and also embryonic stem cell research. There are some regenerative, stem cell based medicines or treatments that have been developed. And there isn't another accurate way to study 14 to 28 day embryo development, which at the moment, because research cannot be done, is somewhat of a black box for researchers. And there is a potential to make discoveries because many miscarriages and the start of congenital disease happen during this period, but because the embryo development has not been studied, exactly how this happens isn't yet known. And the culture technology has improved. Scientists have already cultured non-human primate embryos to 20 days, so that goes beyond 14. So progress has been made on that front. And allowing embryo research beyond 14 days would enable the validation of stem cell-based embryo models, and also to test and improve the safety and efficacy of techniques like gene editing and mitochondrial donation. And a further point to take into consideration is maintaining the UK's role as a leading life science nation, and that's including in developmental biology. So these are the 3 points that the authority is asked to consider. Is there now a case for recommending that the law is changed to extend the time limit on embryo research? If so, would 28 days be an appropriate new fixed upper limit? And if a new time limit is established, should it apply to all embryo research projects, or should those seeking to go beyond 14 days have to meet specific criteria? And just a note here that the executive has assumed that the current system of requiring all projects to obtain a research license would remain in place. And if necessary, the research license procedure could be modified to include additional criteria if those were considered necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. That was very, very helpful. Before we throw this open, I think it's really important that we hear from Tim as chair of SCAC. We had a little bit of an overview of what SCAC's deliberations were, but it is the committee that does advise us, that has the experts on it, on this field. And I think an overview would be, or your overview would be helpful.
Thank you, Rebecca, for a really good summary there. I thought I'd just start off perhaps just to frame it in terms of where do these embryos come from that are potentially being used as research. So during most of these embryos, well, nearly all of the embryos will actually come from treatment cycles that people are going through an IVF treatment cycle. And in general, the aim of IVF to improve success rates is to produce a number of embryos, then usually the best one of which would be selected for transfer. And then for many people, there will be other embryos which are potentially of suitable quality for freezing, for later use, potentially for those people going through treatment, but there may also be other embryos that are not a suitable quality for freezing, or perhaps people going through IVF don't want to freeze the embryos. And so people are asked what they wish to do with the embryos that they're not keeping themselves for treatment. So, for example, if people have embryos that are kept in cryo storage, then on a regular basis, the clinic will be asking people what they would like to do going forward. Is that to keep the embryos in storage? Is it to take the embryos out of storage and discard the embryos? Is it to donate the embryos potentially to other people for their own treatment, which is embryo donation? Is it to donate the embryos to the clinic for an agreed training program to train the embryologists to, again, improve success rates going forward? Or the final one, is it to donate the embryo to a licensed research project, an HFEA licensed research project for a particular research project that the patient would be asked to, the patient or patients would be asked to give their consent for donation for those embryos to. The same can also be true. There can also be fresh embryos that haven't been frozen that may also be donated in the same way. So then just moving on to the discussion that we had at the SCAC meeting, and as there's myself and then 4 other members of the authority that are part of SCAC, but there's a larger group of people who are external advisors to SCAC who take part in the meeting, and then we also have sometimes invited experts as well on a one-by-one basis. So we had a very wide-ranging discussion, which I think has been encapsulated very well in the minutes that were published earlier this week, and which Rebecca has just summarised the main core points there. So first of all, we did discuss a number of factors. First of all, is there a case for extending the 14-day rule? And there was a range of opinion on this. So there were some that felt there might not be a case. There was the majority, though, the majority of SCAC felt that there is a case for extending the 14-day rule. So that certainly was the overall message and feeling of the committee. But we then went on to discuss whether there should be an upper limit. So rather than 14 days, should it be a different number of days, as Rebecca has just discussed? I was reminded actually earlier on of the fact that back in the 1980s, the Royal College of Obs and Gynae had actually suggested 28 days as being the upper limit at that time, but 14 days was the selected upper limit. So again, we had a wide-ranging discussion about that, and there were some that felt that there should not be an upper limit, and it should be very much on a case-by-case basis, dependent on the research proposal. But the overwhelming majority felt that there should be an upper limit in terms of giving society, the sector, everyone essentially some confidence that there is an upper limit, and this isn't potentially scientists going rogue and perhaps doing whatever they want. So the feeling was that there should be an upper limit. We didn't choose to try and name a number of days, but 28 days as being the upper limit was most widely discussed, partly I think because of international work that's been done using 28 days. And as I said, 28 days goes back to the 1980s, or probably before, in terms of the RCOG discussion. So whilst we didn't select a date to go forward with, that was the most commonly discussed date, number of days. We then discussed, well, should that be, if we were suggesting a figure such as 28 days, should that be applicable to all research protocols looking to research using human embryos, or should it be more of a case-by-case basis? And the feeling was that, in particular, recognising the special status of the embryo, that it would be that the majority view was that this should be a case-by-case basis, that people proposing to use human embryos for research, particularly beyond 14 days, should be explaining why there is that need, what the maximum number of days should be for that research protocol, and why is there any alternative that could be used apart from using human embryos. We also had a discussion surrounding the potential advantages of pushing beyond 14 days up to, for instance, 28 days, and it has been mentioned before, this sort of the black box really of embryo development at that time. And as is listed in the minutes, there are a list of different potential considerations that were, or potential advantages that were discussed, where we felt there could be scientific advances by, on a case-by-case basis, moving on from 14 days up to, for example, 28 days. I'm happy to take any questions. Also, one other thing to say is that there was a recognition of the absolute need to involve the public in a discussion around this, and it had been raised about work that had been done beforehand in terms of public involvement in this discussion, again, which is referenced in the papers there, and overall there being a majority public view potentially open to the idea of pushing beyond 14 days. But I know others here have more experience of that as well.
So I think you've seen what's required of us, if you like, to open it for discussion. So let's start. Christine, start.
Thank you, Tim, for that summary. I would very much support extending the 14 days to 28 days. I think when that limit was set, there was no possibility that any embryo could be cultured for as long as 14 days, and that limit has now been reached. So it will be possible going forward to cultivate embryos a little bit longer. And that 14 to 28 day period is when a lot of the really important developmental processes occur. This is when organogenesis begins, when a lot of very important regulation occurs in setting up the whole kind of body plan for the embryo. And so there's an awful lot that needs to be learned from this developmental window that cannot be accessed before up to 14 days. We really need that 14 to 28 day window. But I would also say that because, of course, we must not allow embryos to be cultivated longer than necessary, I think 28 days should be the absolute upper limit. I think that should be the red line. Also, it's possible to obtain material from natural terminations and from clinical terminations at 28 days, and that can then be used for further research. So I would support really trying to get insights into this critical development stage in the embryo by allowing very carefully controlled and scrutinized research on a case-by-case basis between 14 and 28 days. It doesn't mean that all embryos would be cultured longer than 14. They might go to 15, 16, who knows? But I think to have that possibility there, I think is really important. And there was something else I was going to say, which I've forgotten. I'll come back to that, but that's what I want to say.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Tim, for setting out the issue so clearly, but also setting out so helpfully what SCAC took into consideration and what conclusions they reached. I'm absolutely persuaded that there are important areas of research that can't be developed absent research on embryos after the period of 14 days. And I think these, for me, are those which are seriously, directly relevant to serious medical conditions, those which particularly pertain to reduced fertility, premature birth, late onset pregnancy complications, and which, for me, the cruxes will also have a direct impact on outcomes for patients and the universal desire of those entering fertility treatment to obtain a healthy family. And I think it's that second part to me which is as important as the first, and I would not be in favour of extending the time limit were it solely for the purpose of scientific progress. Whilst, like many, I think scientific innovation and scientific knowledge can be a very good thing. I think given the ethical considerations pertaining to the embryo, as well as the views of patients, partners, other stakeholders, clinicians, it wouldn't be right solely to consider the potential future proofing for the benefit of the advancement of science without balancing it against the direct impact on patients and patient experience of what we know are extremely distressing and common complications of fertility and pregnancy. I took great comfort from the fact that at SCAC there was clearly a majority of a view around public support for potentially extending the timescale, providing that timescale extension were bound by principles or potential benefits or both, as I was by the fact that there appears to be an increasing scientific consensus, providing there's very careful regulation that the extended limits are for very specific purposes, and that potentially new types of research over the 14-day limit may have to be prohibited. And I think that Julia was absolutely right to ask us to hold in our minds those principles of the Warnock Consensus. And in addition to the particular two that she drew to our attention, for me, it's very much at the forefront of my mind that although we cannot, and I don't mean we the authority, I mean we the public, cannot and won't ever agree about the status of an embryo, it does seem to me that it's more likely than not that we can all reach a consensus about the way in which we would want any embryo on which research was conducted to be dealt with in a particular fashion and respected. So putting all that together, for me, in answer to the question, should the 14-day rule be extended, my conclusion is that yes, there is an argument for extending it. By how long? I think the arguments for alternatives after 28 days being available, either through the products of termination or early pregnancy loss, I think are powerful. And on what criteria, in addition to those that we already have, it seems to me that we have got to have criteria which include, to the satisfaction of a significant majority, sufficient safeguards to protect against the unintended consequences of extending the time limit, including, but especially, the ethically questionable treatments of embryos. And so for all those reasons, I would say that there is a strong case for extending the time limit up to 28 days, but that any specific new research projects should be dealt with absolutely on a case-by-case basis and considered very individually, and should remain considered very individually on a case-by-case basis.
Graham.
Yes, I'm persuaded there's a good scientific case for extending the 14-day rule. And as you rightly reminded us, the primary issue of whether embryo research should be allowed or not was decided more than 30 years ago, bravely and indeed prophetically, if I may use a theological word in these hallowed walls. And that was done, of course, after a great deal of debate among ethicists and moral philosophers, of whom Mary Warnock is the best remembered, as you rightly point out, but she was far from the only one. It was a stellar cast, really, at the time. And in section 1.3 of our paper, we do say that the views of scientific researchers are not the only important ones, and that the examination of ethical issues should form part of any additional future work. And I think there's still a need for this, and that any recommendation that we make today should not be thought of as an indicator that all the ethical work has been done. And I'm glad to know that Francis, has informed us, and I gather it can be public knowledge that the Nuffield Centre for Bioethics is hoping to do a good deal of work on the ethics of the 14-day rule. And it's important that we have partners with us as these things go forward. I do think there is a difference between our intellectual response to embryo research and people's gut emotional responses. And that's what we haven't got much of in the papers. We've had lots of public consultation that's quite theoretical. And the difference between, from what I've seen in actuality and in photographs, between an embryo approaching 14 days and one at 28 days is very striking because of the rapidity of the development. And of course, 28 days isn't plucked from the air, because that's the time when, even if I'm only a layman, I've understood it that the embryo is on the cusp, really, of developing that tiny heart tube, which will, within a day or two, be capable of 110 beats a minute. I mean, it's an extraordinary point of transition. And I do think that people who might say, oh yes, embryo research is fine for finding causes of all sorts of diseases, may then, when they look at an embryo on the very cusp of the development of individuality, feel a very different emotional response. And we ought to recognize that it's not just, of course, intellectual issues that determine people's response. It's how they feel. And I think that's a bit untested. And what I am convinced about is that even for the casual observer, the special status of the human embryo, which of course is why we're here, looks more evident at 28 days than it does at 14. So I think there's a real challenge to us to continue our thinking about these things, because we're sometimes more comfortable with the science than we are with the ethics. And that's why I end up in much the same place that Catherine finds herself. I would support a recommendation that the 14-day rule be reconsidered. I think we've just got to be careful what phrase we use in making a recommendation, so that we don't think that we have come to an immovable conclusion which doesn't admit of any further research, and that approval should be on the case-by-case basis that Catherine mentioned. And in that way, I think we will retain public confidence and continue to develop our own thinking and contribute to any major political debates and public debates if Her Majesty's government decides to go down this route and legislate. And that's a long way from where we are at the moment. So there's plenty more that we can do to explore this and support it, I think, between now and anything going through Parliament. So that's my take on it.
Geeta, and then Rachel, do you want to come back on the specific point, and then Geeta?
It was just a point that Graham made about public confidence, and I thought it would be worth just mentioning. We do know, obviously, that embryo research is regulated by the HFEA, and the paper clearly sets out at section 2.6 there are very strict purposes laid down in law for what research could be done, and any application for a research project that comes into the HFEA is scrutinised by the inspectors who are given that to take forward to inspect against, and also the committee then that would be considering whether a licence has been granted, and only when satisfied would that licence be granted. And then after a licence has been granted, a research establishment is inspected in just the same way as a fertility clinic. And as part of that inspection, we would expect patients to give fully informed consent, have the correct information, be provided with an opportunity for counselling, that information being given by an independent person that's designated and knowledgeable about the research, that is independent to treatment, and that would all be checked on inspection.
Thank you, Julia. Yes, it's a very important discussion we are having, and puts huge responsibility on all of us, not just as individuals, also collectively, to make a recommendation on a very important matter which has ethical, moral, societal, and scientific implications. And so we are making comments as individuals, but collectively we have so much expertise and experience and skills here around this table to make that balanced and well thought recommendation. So my colleagues have already talked about the ethical, moral, and societal, but I would just, as a clinician, want to say this. SCAC has worked extremely hard with so many members and put together papers with potential scientific benefits, and also taking other considerations into account, moral, ethical, which will be discussed further, no doubt. But as a clinician who's been working in this field of fertility and reproduction for nearly 40 years, every time a cycle fails, important that you try to find answers for failure of implantation, which is the most common reason for failure of IVF cycle and for natural cycle as well. So you're trying to find answers, and you want scientific, pure, good scientific evidence for to make that difference, to improve implantation for your patient. And every time a miscarriage happens, you are sitting there wondering, what can we do? Is it just say it's potentially chromosome abnormality of embryo, or is it an add-on that you'd give the patient, which many times are not tested and evidence-based. So here we have an opportunity to make that difference potentially to our patients with good scientific research, molecular level, which would open up that black box, as it's been quoted, in order to understand more, because the biggest problem we've had in humans is our inability to study in vivo processes as to what's happening at implantation or during miscarriage. It's just not possible to just study that. The opportunity is this. Potentially by extending that, we have the opportunity to try and understand more about what's happening at implantation. How can we improve implantation? How can we potentially reduce miscarriages or even avoid miscarriages in many patients? So I believe there is a strong case here, knowing particularly after how Christine put it to us about culturing to 14 days has been achieved successfully. So in some ways, there is a case here to extend that, even from that front, and more so for improving potentially implantation and reducing miscarriages, and many more potential advantages based on the research projects that come through. So I would say, and also considering other countries are considering this, we don't want to be left behind. And the research in our country, we don't want them to be left behind. So I believe there's a strong argument subject to ethical, moral, as well as under strict regulatory environment on a case-by-case basis. I would support extending it to 28 days. Thank you.
Francis.
Daniel.
Thank you. As some of you know, I'm also a member of the Nuffield Council on Bioethics, which next week will be producing a report after a very intense 6-month project looking at ethical and governance issues in a review of stem cell-based embryo models. And the next project for next year, probably on a similar sort of timescale, will be a review of the 14-day rule with a focus once again on ethics and governance issues. And the plan is also to include some further public engagement. So I hope that that will also feed into this discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, I can't believe that this is the subject on my first meeting. I'll talk about being chucked in at the deep end, but I think I have to just be really honest and say that I'm sitting here feeling very conflicted, and I can't
be otherwise. I'm conflicted because I'm surrounded by such an amazing group of experts. And I'm not from a science background, I'm from a patient background, and have spent years supporting patients as well as previously being a patient who also suffered miscarriage. So I agree very much with Geeta's comments about you want to do anything and everything to try and find the answers. However, I'm slightly tying myself in knots here, and I think that's probably representative of a certain group in the public as well that would also feel quite similar, in that there is a special status of the embryo that's enshrined in the HFEA's thinking, but also in much of the public. And in terms of the patient perspective, there is a sort of a unique perspective around embryos when you go through a treatment cycle and you are shown that picture after an embryo transfer. For a large group of people, that is very emotive. It's a really key moment of seeing potential, and very often the pictures get put up on the fridge or kept. There's an investment in that image, and so I just want to speak for the conflicted people out in society. I'm afraid I wish I could just sit here and say yes, let's go for it, and because my head is sort of saying that, but I have to just be honest and say, as an ex-patient, as someone who represents patients, I think that there is a uniqueness around what the embryo can represent and the potential that it represents that I think has to be front and center as well in these discussions. And that's not to take away from any of the scientific value. I can't quite come to terms with any of it at the moment, and so I wish this had happened 6 months into me being here, but I've just got to be honest, and I think speak for some of the public that would feel that push-pull feeling at the moment as well.
Thank you. And just before we go to, I think Tom, Tom and then Alison, I just want to make the point, can we please not forget, I completely hear what you're saying, that the embryo has a special status, and the embryo is the law in this country that you can do experiments, or you can research on an embryo up to 14 days. We're just extending that for a bit. We're not, from what you're saying, there may be some discomfort about that, but that's what the law is. And so we're just extending it a bit. We're not going back to first basics on this. So I think we need to be very clear about that. Tom.
Thank you. So there were just a few points that I was wanting to make. So first off, in terms of the case for staying the same, I do understand why it was said that there could be more to be learned, but I would just say that there's always going to be more that could be learned. And therefore, if we adopt that position, then that blocks us from ever moving forward in any way whatsoever. So that's not a criticism of the way that was said. It's just a really important point for me in terms of thinking. And then if you put that with the arguments about the black box and the possibility for learning, that's a really kind of a key issue in terms of should the strength of the argument stay the same. For me, one of the things coming sort of new into this area that was also very important was hearing about the process in which these the embryos were donated to research, and as was said earlier, that this was a decision that was made by the individual as well. So I think that that's important, that it's not just this is carte blanche and it will be used if you put it into research. People make an individual decision on that, and again, that pushes me towards saying yes. The final point I wanted to make was, while both agreeing with the spirit of some of the points, making perhaps a slight twist on the issue about individually assessing each proposal. I think that that's really important at the start, but I think we should also commit to looking at that overall process and the findings from doing that and seeing what we can systematize from it, what we can understand from that. And that includes, I think, patient experience of being involved in making those donations as well, so we can actually understand how people feel in that situation. So I would really hope that we could do more than just say
we keep it under individual, but we use it as an opportunity to learn and engage and actually understand how we feel about it by doing that process.
Alison.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone's comments. I don't want to reiterate any of them. It's been said very eloquently. I just wanted to bring up from a patient perspective and research in a centre. And patients are faced with very difficult challenges from the minute they step in the clinic. They have to make lots of choices and decisions. And one of the hardest ones I think they sometimes have to make is what they want to do with embryos that they no longer require. They created these embryos because they desperately wanted a family. And very often, happily, the embryos that are left is because they have got their family. And they have choices, which Tom's alluded to, that they can give their consent for. And one of the choices is research. And having worked in a centre where we were quite research focused and worked in research projects, the way that research is introduced into a patient's pathway is very carefully considered. And the research policies, practices are removed from the clinical area. So changing this from 14 days to whether it's 28, each patient that wishes to donate their very precious embryos to a research project needs to know everything about that project. That project is explained very carefully to them by someone not involved in their clinical care. It is done with using language that patients understand, which is not easy for some of these research projects. And it's very much up to the patient whether they want to participate in the research and whether they want their embryo to be involved up to 28 days, 21 days, whatever the project requires. There is a lot of consideration gone into the discussion, the counselling, the obtaining of consent and feedback after the research project should the patient wish it. So I think whatever decisions we come up with today, recommendations, I think we have to be mindful that there are policies in place to safeguard patients and that this is not a purely scientific endeavour. It's a partnership because patients do want to help patients. And for those that go through IVF, it's a huge journey and not all journeys are good journeys, are successful journeys, but sometimes they can get comfort out of and being involved in research that can help others, may not help them, and it may help them, we don't know. But I think that we have to bear that in mind. And early pregnancy loss is a huge part of an IVF centre. And it's very traumatic for everyone. There is nothing worse than walking into a scan room and you can't find a heartbeat and you can't tell the patient, as Geeta said, why. So I think anything we can do to remove that in any way can only be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a very momentous discussion to be a part of, and I really appreciate the way we're all able to express slight variations of opinions and feelings, and the seriousness with which we are all coming to this debate. For me, speaking as a social scientist, but also as an IVF patient who's had to make decisions about what to do with embryos, and as somebody who has had early miscarriages, there are certain parts of this debate that ring as pertinent and important, and others that I feel are not of the same weight. So, for one, I understand that possibly in certain ways it might be important to think about UK's position as a place of enterprise, etc. To me, that doesn't necessarily feel like the most appropriate consideration to have at the forefront of our minds. The idea that other countries are thinking about this and we don't want to be left behind is not something I find at all persuasive, because we know that other countries are doing things like sex selection, for example, and for ethical and moral reasons. We have actually been thought leaders in deliberately not taking those steps. So I don't think one necessarily has to go forwards, as it were, in order to be thought leading. I'm also not persuaded by the idea that it is possible, just because embryos can now be cultured up to 14 days, that they should be cultured up to and beyond 14 days. So for me, it's really important just to note that there are parts of this argument that do hold weight and parts that I feel much more concerned about, I suppose. For me, there's a slight paradox, because on the one hand, I slightly following from what Catherine was saying, the most persuasive argument for me would be to get a grasp on what sorts of improvements and benefits could be gained from extending from 14 days to 28 days. And having sat on SCAC as well and having been involved in some of these discussions in depth, I also understand as a layperson, non-scientist, that herein lies the paradox, because this is a black box area, and even the scientists who are at the forefront of this work are unable to quantify for us exactly what benefits might be gained and what there is to be found out. They are able to tell us that discoveries will be made and things will be found out, but it's very hard to say what the impact of those things might be on something like early miscarriage. So I guess what I would like to say is that, particularly from a patient perspective, and I understand absolutely what you're saying, Alison, but again, a clinic being as absolutely as conscientious as they can be and as caring as they can be doesn't necessarily alter the fact that a patient might be feeling very vulnerable nevertheless, and almost feeling a sense of duty or feeling like they owe something to the scientific enterprise that has got them their children, or even the clinic that has got them their children, you know, quite apart from how conscientious the clinic themselves are being. And I just would really I like the idea of us, at least in the beginning, thinking about things on a case-by-case basis. And again, I know in license committee, we take those decisions incredibly seriously, thinking through each license application. And that is, that's very comforting. And I think it's really important that we convey that to the public more generally as well. But also, I would really like to urge scientists, if and when these 14-day limits are extended, that as they know more, they really make it a point of priority to communicate to us what it is that they're finding out, what might be found out, what there is to gain, and if that can be quantified. It would be really important to have that as a process of dialogue, which may, it instigates further thinking on our part about whether that's been appropriate or not.
Alex.
Thank you, and thank you to Rebecca for the paper, which I thought was really helpful. And I also attended the SCAC discussion and heard the views from our scientific colleagues. So following the discussion today, I mean, I am persuaded that there is a case for recommending that the law is changed, and I think 28 days is a good fixed upper limit. And I think there was a final part of the jigsaw from Christine earlier, which maybe I missed it, but I hadn't picked up that after 28 days there are some alternatives for doing research as you articulated. So I think that is the limit. But I also endorse this kind of caveat that there should be some specific criteria for people to go beyond 14 days, and that we should seek, rather than I will extend my research to 28 days because I can, should this go through. I would expect a justification as why it would be 15 days or 16 days if that is indeed possible. But I think the point I want to make is, assuming we move forward on this, I think the discussion so far, if I might say, and no criticism of this, has been led by kind of the scientists and the scientific perspective. And, that is the nature of our governance, that we have a scientific advisory committee that has made this recommendation. But I think, making an assumption we might go forward, we need to change tack in the way we will need to engage with our members of parliaments in both houses and so on, and we need to kind of present this from a patient perspective, and what are the kind of use cases and benefits to parents to be and so on, about why, if indeed we do, we make that recommendation. And we started to do that in 6.7, although I know there's been some queries about the evidence base of some of the use cases in 6.7. But I think, you know, from now, even using words like birth defects and tetragenesis is not going to make the argument forward. So, you know, we really need to change tack, as I said, and start to just present this in kind of simple language that my MP will understand, and everyone else's MP or the House of Lords will understand. And perhaps should we make this recommendation, have accepted the scientific argument, move forward into kind of the person benefit argument from now on.
Thanks, Julia. Yes. So everyone's made lots of excellent comments. I just wanted to make a very brief one in addition. So, I mean, I support the idea, particularly if there are benefits which will reach patients or future people, in essence, and so on, and case by case, etc. I just wanted to make an additional point about the preciousness of embryos, and I guess one thing is, once they've been passed to research, of course, donated to research, they are in the research place or space, and one might think what one might reflect that, in a sense, that the more that one could obtain from any given embryo is not inconsistent with that being still very precious. So the value of that, and also not inconsistent with the idea that the embryo has a special status, particularly if there is a serious justification for that research. And the argument is that there will be benefits which will reach future people or pregnant women and so forth. So, but just the additional point really was just this point. Yes, embryos are very precious. I think everybody thinks that, even if they don't agree on the status. Sentience and interests, etc., a long way away, 24 weeks of pregnancy and so forth. But yes, I don't think we should necessarily see it as inconsistent with that preciousness to extend. Yeah.
Just a really very quick point. Thank you to everybody that's made this discussion extremely interesting, and I too am amazed to be sat in my first meeting discussing something of this seriousness. But I'm a clinical embryologist. I've spent most of my life in IVF units, working in IVF units, and this notion of early miscarriage is a problem. It's a significant problem. It's a large number of patients, probably more than a lot of people realise. And to be honest, for that reason alone, as well as others, I'd be supportive of an extension to try and investigate that problem and alleviate it. But I think the special status of the embryo, which everybody holds paramount, works in the field, is no different in the first 2 weeks of life as it is in the second 2 weeks of life, to my mind. So I think should we be minded to recommend an extension, then I think what is absolutely crucial is the way in which the research licenses are granted. It's the requirement to have that absolute rigorous scrutiny over each and every research application. And I don't see why that would be different for the first 2 weeks and for the second 2 weeks. So I know that's rather more process related, but I think it's extremely important.
Yeah.
Thank you. Obviously, sort of summarising the SCAC view as chair that doesn't necessarily mean it's my view, because I was just chair. But just for the sake of clarity, then I think the summary that I gave of SCAC also, fortunately, was also my view as well. Just stating that for the record. I thought, just to flesh out a couple of more things as well, was that there's also a discussion at SCAC, which I know we're talking about, and I think in January, about stem cell based embryo models. And an issue at the moment for using stem cell based embryo models for research is it's not known how similar or not they would be between 14 and 28 days. So without, first of all, knowing that what you're seeing in an embryo model is consistent with what you see with an embryo, you can't then move away in the future from using embryos towards stem cell based embryo models. And I think that's an important point here, that we can't potentially progress forward without making some change at the moment. A second thing, just picking up something Catherine said right at the beginning, was absolutely it's really important that any embryos that were being used for research beyond 14 days, of course, there's a patient focus, but very, very basic science, it's not always possible to relate it straight back to saying, if we discover this, it will benefit a patient. I think a good example of that is those of us that are on SAC, which is the committee that licenses PTTM. We hear every month, we hear of awful situations, awful conditions with children born and potentially dying of very, very rare genetic conditions that the clinical geneticists, who are the expert external advisors, it's not really clear why it's happening, how you can treat it, what can be done about it. And at the moment, what we're doing is we're selecting between embryos, but potentially this whole black box area and understanding the signaling that goes right or goes wrong and then leads down the wrong path for embryo development, having that understanding, even though that might be quite a long way down the road, because at the moment we're still trying to understand the really, really basic science part of it, will open up much more. And it's not necessarily, I couldn't necessarily say it will benefit the patient that I'm going to see in 6 months' time in the clinic. Basic science takes longer than that.
Yeah, just wanted to say of the arguments of caution, one of the ones that I think has been really helpfully, I feel very reassured about, is the slippery slope concept, which is often used whenever there's any kind of progress. And I really do understand people's concerns about it's being used in terms of external topics at the moment, but I think here it's really reassuring in terms of the safeguarding and the checks and balances that would be in place. So one of the things that actually, even as someone feeling slightly cautious about it, that I am reassured about a lot, is that if we were to go ahead, I don't feel like this is opening up a huge trajectory that we were hurtled down. I think actually it doesn't work like that. So that is reassuring. And again, I think in terms of public discussion, that would be something to really make sure people had that reassurance about and felt reassured by the work that's going on in this topic.
Any conscious of time, but anybody else? Okay, so I'm going to try and bring this very briefly together and then come to some conclusions. So I think this has been really helpful, and I have to also say thank you to members, particularly new members as well, because this has not been easy. We have discussed this over a number of times. Given how you hear some of these discussions, it has been, respectful, it has been kind, it has been open and honest. And I think that whatever we get to, I'm hoping that for the record, people will see that we have made a very transparent decision, because I feel it's been, we've worked on it very hard, and we will come to a good decision. There are many arguments which I won't go into, but particularly the particular arguments of this 14 to 28 days is perhaps a scientific black box, where would we to know more about how the embryo develops, it would have all sorts of really significant ramifications on managing recurrent miscarriage or unexplained issues with pregnancy. And as Tim says, it may have further ramifications on embryos with genetic malfunctions and so on. And we don't know that, but it's a possibility. I am very much that this is an emotive. I think both Anya said that, particularly that this is a very emotive issue, and we shouldn't discard people's emotional response, because it's important. But also we would weigh that with the response of patients who are suffering greatly when they, hope to have a family and can't. And in my very limited experience visiting clinics and speaking to patients, it is extraordinary the sort of pain that patients suffer when they can't have the families that they want. And finally, we should all remember that regardless, the law says that research on embryos up until 14 days is allowed, and the very clear guidelines about that with clear safeguards around it. And we're only seeking to extend, actually by a small amount what is already enshrined in law. That has consequences, I completely understand. But, we're not starting from scratch, as it were. We're starting from an established legal position. So I think with all that, if that's just helpful to sort of summarize some of the arguments, we now need to consider 3 areas, and I think the best way to do this, I'm afraid, is by a show of hands, because then with at least there'll be no ambiguity about how people feel. And obviously people should say if they're in favour or against or abstaining, that's fine. And let's be very clear that what we are making now is just a recommendation to the Department of Health and Social Care to really have more discussions. I take very much Alex's point about the need to be persuasive, and I think we shouldn't forget that this is perfect timing, that if Nuffield Council is going to start this work, they're able to, which they apparently, if they get their grant, they're committed to, and they're hoping to do it within a 6 or 8 months period or a shortish period on the ethics, then we can run side by side with that and be very mindful of all that work and feed it into us. So we're not discounting that at all. I think the timing is actually great if that works out and will help us considerably. So firstly, do we consider to recommend that the 14-day rule on embryo research be extended generally? So can we just see if everybody is happy with that? Okay, so we have a broad, not unanimous, but we have a broad consensus. If so, what's the time limit that would be appropriate? And I am going to ask if 28 days is appropriate. So those who think it should be 28 days. Okay, is there anyone who thinks it should be something different than 28 days from 14? I'm not going back to 0. Thank you. Or unlimited. Yes, that's true. Yeah. So I think, and if the time limit is established, should an application to for embryo research beyond 14 days meet specific criteria in the same way as the very strict rules we have and safeguards we have at the moment? So in fact, it would just be the same criteria. If you wanted to research beyond 14 or between 14 and 28, it would have to be against specific criteria for specific projects. Do we agree that that's okay? Does anybody feel there should be no specific criteria or should be a different? Yes.
I wasn't completely sure I understood that third question. And one of the things that we've discussed is that maybe the limit should be on a project by project basis. So people would have to meet certain criteria, but also the committee in response in deciding whether or not to license a research project might say, well, for this particular project, we think you could achieve what you're aiming to achieve by, for example, 21 days. Therefore, you must stop there. And yes. I wasn't sure if that's the question that third box was asking, or whether I'm now suggesting a fourth question.
That is the question. So at present, the Act says you can do research on embryos up to 14 days, so long as it meets certain purposes. So what this is suggesting is, rather than, let's say, the law was changed to 28 days, it wouldn't then be that any project could go up to 28 days. If you were to go from 14 days onwards, effectively the application will make a justification for why so many days. I think on the general principle that embryos should be, the research period should be the shortest time possible to achieve the stated aims, provided, of course, it doesn't go beyond whatever the final limit is. So I think it's that's the same thing you're thinking of saying.
So on that basis, are we still all, I think that was unanimous. So where we are, for the record, the first question on whether we should recommend the 14-day rule on embryo search be recommended, basically there was one person who didn't vote, and so everybody else presumably is against, and the other 13 were in favour. Again, the time limits from 14 to 28. I think it was 13 in favour and 1 against. And if there was a new time limit, should it be subject to special criteria, was unanimous. Now, is that what everybody thinks happened? Great, thank you. Thank you all very much. That was a very good debate. Not easy, I know, especially not for our new colleagues. Really tough. Now, we are a little bit over time, most unusually. Don't think that's happened before. But it says on my break about a coffee, it says stretch legs on my notes. So why don't we just have, because we've got another big discussion, maybe a little less controversial, but nonetheless quite tough. And so let's have just 10 minutes. It's just come back just before 1:45. We will try to aim to finish there or thereabouts on time, but might be just a few minutes after. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Hope we've all stretched our legs. To paraphrase now for something completely different. So in a minute, we're going to ask Anna, there you are, to do a little presentation to us. But the other area that we still have to discuss in modernising fertility law is patient protection and safety. And within that, the paper that we're considering today raises several options, basically around expanding the sanctions that are available to us, as we've called before, a sort of graduated ladder of sanctions. So in particular, use of fines, for example, to encourage compliance, and so on. And also, for example, how we might regulate activities that are happening outside physical premises, so licensed premises, real estate, if they're happening online or so on. And also looking at what we call the patient protection principle, which we'll come back to. So these are important because at the moment, as you know, we can either suspend or remove a license, which is sort of a nuclear option that often doesn't fit with the sort of inappropriate behaviour that we're trying to deal with. So just before, I tell you what we'll do. We'll have Anna to talk about the approach to this expanded ladder of sanctions, and there's 3 different elements to it. And I think what we're going to do, Anna, because it's quite hard to hold it all in our heads, is to do one and then sort of talk about each at the time. But just before we do, because I know he'll have to set off at some point, I just, as chair of Licence Committee, I just wanted Graham to say for just a couple of minutes, just an overview of some of the issues that Licence Committee have because they don't have a graduated ladder of sanctions. And I think it would be really helpful to hear that.
Yes, I think this can be fairly brief, really, because I've not come equipped with particular cases, and they probably ought not to be quoted anyway. But one of the experiences on Licence Committee, which I think other members here will confirm, is that when we're dealing with contentious cases in relation to clinics which have been persistently, how can I put this, misbehaving in some way or another, but not in a sufficiently serious enough way for you to revoke their license, there is a relatively limited range of possibilities for the license committee to recommend. We have been stuck sometimes with thinking, well, really, they've not taken notice of what they should be doing for so long that this license ought to be revoked. But that would be an overreaction. And what we need is some graduated means of expressing the displeasure of the HFEA and making them pay attention. And what we've not possessed, and we did talk about this at the time of last year's review, the legislation doesn't allow us those graduated ways of dealing with an errant clinic, and the inspectorate isn't in a position to recommend what would be something between allowing a license to continue for a limited period and revocation or suspension. And so I think what's in this paper allows a greater variety of regulatory action, which is more in keeping with other regulators. We possess immense power, but we also possess very little power where immense power isn't the appropriate thing to do. So I welcome this paper, and I hope that it may lead in due course, and I think it'll take a little while, even if it's approved, to come into effect, but it would make an enormous difference, I think. I mean, I can see Christine agreeing with me across the way. It would make an enormous difference to the way in which we operate, and it would give us, I think, the right sort of discretionary power, because I think at the moment our discretion is extremely limited.
Thank you very much, Graham. Anna, over to you. We'll do it one by one. We'll do it section by section. I understand.
Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you, Julia and Graham. That's a useful summary of some of the issues. So yes, as Julia's explained, this paper is looking at fleshing out the proposals made last year relating to patient safety and protection, and it makes recommendations to further refine those proposals. Everyone's had the paper, and so I'm not going to go through it in detail. Obviously, happy to take questions on anything in the paper, if anyone wants to ask about any aspect of that. But otherwise, as Julia suggested, I think what we'll do is just go through each of the recommendations and then pause after each one for discussion. So this is the first one. So just so you can follow in the paper if you want to, this is section 2 on fines and powers. You can see the original proposal that we made last year there. So this is that the HFEA should have a broader and more proportionate range of regulatory enforcement powers, including the power to impose financial penalties. And Graham's just explained the context. Essentially, the range and order of regulatory sanctions we have make proportionate action difficult. We've got, powers to revoke or suspend licenses. We have to meet the threshold to do that before we can opt to impose any alternative sanctions. And in many areas of non-compliance, these would be disproportionate. And unlike many other regulators, we don't currently have powers to issue fines or warnings. The approach that we set out in the paper is just an example of what a future expanded ladder of sanctions might look like. And we can get that up in a minute. The broad areas that we've discussed in the paper relate to thresholds for action, written warnings and fines. And we're asking you to consider, we have it on the slide. Oh, sorry, can you go back? Maybe I don't need to read it out. It's in the paper. So just the broad approach set out in the paper, the possibility of lowering the thresholds for placing conditions on a license or suspending a license, and considering as well how formal written warnings and fines could better support our regulatory activity. So maybe I'll just pause there rather than moving into the next topic. See if there's any.
It's your ladder. Is it worth putting up your ladder?
Yes, yeah, we could. Yeah, if people want to be, it's quite a useful visual illustration. So this is a possible future ladder of sanctions. The ladder that we currently have obviously doesn't have written warnings or financial penalties, and the bar for varying or suspending a license is the same as revoking, and the part at the bottom where we issue advice there's a lot of space taken up there. So.
Thank you, Anna. So comments on this particular. So we're being asked to recommend that we're being asked to recommend to the department that one of the changes in the Act is to give us a possible future ladder of sanctions.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the paper, and I mean, fully support it. I think it's a very compelling argument made by Graham, and so totally support it. The only small point I'd make is that I support financial penalties, but we would have to find some way, and I don't know the answer, of making sure they're just not passed straight on to the people purchasing fertility. I don't know how you do that, but we'd have to find some way of doing that. But apart from that, fully support it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm on the licence committee, so this is incredibly welcome. And I just want to say that I fully endorse this movement. The fact that the licence variation and the licence suspension are so close and there's no other option, and the issues, I know we can't speak about specifics, but recurring themes do come back to the licence centre. And I think the written warning and financial penalties will be an increased incentive to stop this recurring themes coming back to us.
Zainab.
Just to add on to what Graham was saying, in terms of our deliberations at Licence Committee, I just wanted to add that one of the things we find sometimes difficult is when perhaps we felt a clinic hasn't behaved entirely as they should, to go as far as a license suspension would actually really penalise patients who are mid-treatment or about to start treatment, which again makes that really sort of works against us wanting to use that unless we absolutely have to. So having some prior possibilities would be really, really welcome and really helpful for us, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree with Zainab. I think also as a member of Licence Committee, we have had occasion where we have been challenged with having to make a decision where we didn't really feel we had the necessary sanctions that were appropriate for that particular situation. So I would definitely support having written warning and financial penalties. I wouldn't really lower the bar, I don't think, for licence suspension, because I think that bar is probably appropriate and it is something that we would always be very reluctant to do. But I like the idea of bringing in perhaps a really stern written warning to start with, to try and get clinics to come into line more readily without having to have so much input actually from the HFEA, from the inspectors.
Yes, I really welcome this piece of work and the clarity of the conclusion that you proposed, Anna. I'm wholly behind it. I think that it's entirely consistent with better regulation principles and in particular transparency and accountability of our enforcement action. I think too, this kind of model lends itself to nuance over time, which is in the public interest, which is in patient interest. And that's because enforcement history is one of the factors that we could take into account and indeed should take into account when we are assessing a new breach of expectations. And therefore, the penalty which may sit at licence variation for a clinic with no enforcement history may well be exacerbated towards suspension for a clinic who has a substantial
history of ignoring written warnings, financial penalties, and previously imposed variation. So I think that that's all very strong. It's just one operational observation that I'd make, again, bringing my experience in other regulators, and that is that the first introduction of a suite of enforcement tools like this is obviously onerous and carries a good deal of resource implication. Given that already we know from our feedback from PRs, and we know from our own self-evaluation, that our expectations of clinics are extraordinarily detailed and clear. There's no ambiguity in them. I would think about the question of whether or not an ongoing investment into advice is still necessary, proportionate, and can be justified in terms of resource, and whether actually it might be a more effective and cleaner approach to enforcement. So from now on, if there is any ambiguity about the principles and expectations, of course we will consider issuing updates to the sector. But absent that, we'd actually expect a very limited ongoing role for advice, because that in itself, in my experience, can be very, very time consuming of the very teams who might be better allocated to swift and proportionate enforcement action where warranted.
I mean, I think the devil. Oh, sorry, got first.
Sorry.
I think as someone who's been PR and medical director of a few different clinics, and I think quite well-run clinics, due to the team around me, not me. But I think it within the sector, it is always really annoying when it sort of feels as though some clinics getting away with it, and unless it's really bad, as obviously has happened, reaching the threshold for license suspension, which obviously quite rightly is almost a last resort. I think it'd be welcomed by well-run clinics who have a positive relationship with the HFEA to feel that things are being done properly. From a financial penalties perspective, I mean, we have discussed this a couple of times beforehand. Again, I agree it's the right thing. I think it's important to not differentiate private from NHS clinics with this, because again, some of the recent high-profile cases have been NHS clinics, and so I remember a discussion a year or two ago, and someone, I think, had suggested maybe hitting the private clinics hard, etc. It has to be the same. There shouldn't be a differentiation on this.
Just a very brief comment. I really should have picked up the first time round that the amount of support and advice that some centres get from the HFE inspectorate team is enormous. And I had no idea until I was on the licence committee the amount of hours and days and weeks that inspectorate team spend supporting clinics that take the support and don't necessarily welcome and use it in the way that it should be used. So I think moving to this new model of the advice being given and then a written warning would save a lot of resource within the HFE and allow the inspectorate team to work on inspection. And I'm sure Rachel will be able to comment on that.
Absolutely. I mean, the inspectors have a good relationship with their clinics. Sarah, one of our senior inspectors, is sat next to me today, and they do put an incredible amount of work into there. There's a lot of dialogue between the PR and the inspector. Obviously, it's not the inspector's role to correct clinics' mistakes and to tell them exactly what they have to do, but obviously a lot of guidance and support is given in that, and then the inspectors have to follow up the action points and make sure that their action plans are appropriate and the dates are adhered to, and check in. So I suppose if there is an easier route to that formal letter, so the clinic knows they have to take more of a responsibility rather than relying on that dialogue between the inspector, then that hopefully would make it a more easier for the inspectors.
Just a process point. I think that all of the things in this paper are detailed to flesh out the recommendations made last year. The drafting, if authority agrees with the direction of travel, the drafting of what the law would actually look like is up to the legislative draftspeople, which we would work closely with. But then I imagine there would be a period of consultation, certainly with the sector and maybe other parties, on how any of these things would work, how the process would work from our end, potentially, either a new code of practice or most of it change, license conditions change, etc. So I think it's important to visualize this as a new system rather than just adapting a little, flexing a bit to what we've got. And with a new system will be, new processes and ways of working both with clinics and also internally how we do things as well, which is subject to further discussion as and when those law reform proposals go through.
Thank you. Well, like Tim, as a clinician and PR for several decades and medical directors of multiple clinics, I think this would be welcome within the sector. And other regulators have got these powers. Okay, it's not that we are inventing something new. We are asking for something that's essential and that other regulators have got in a sector where it's needed. The only thing I would say is what Tim pointed out as well about NHS clinics and how that is going to affect, because we're assuming that this is only happening in the private sector, which is true. And private sector provides a lot of NHS cycles as well. And the only other thing is the point that Zena raised, knowing that this treatment includes, weeks and multiple visits and very emotive, how it can affect patients, and because transferring patients in the middle of treatment to another clinic and transferring gametes and embryos can become very complicated. So something to bear in mind when we're establishing any timelines in the detail. Thank you.
Alex.
I just wanted to come back on the NHS point and agree it. And indeed, I think where a fertility clinic is within a large NHS trust that has all the problems a large NHS trust has, they're perhaps not taking the problems of a fertility clinic seriously. Whereas, if you're just a fertility clinic, it's all you do. So I think actually some of this on the ladder would go up to the chair of the board, the chief executive, and so on. So actually, these would be means to make large NHS trusts take these problems seriously. And so I think it has to be, as Geeta and Tim have said, exactly equal across both sectors.
Okay, so I just echo what Claire says. I was going to say it earlier that the devil's in the detail. This is what we're agreeing here. If we agree, is a direction of travel, that this is what should happen. There's all sorts of ramifications. We could, for example, suspend an area of treatment rather than a whole. There's any number of ways we can play this, and we'll have plenty of time to. But I think I'm getting the feeling, and let's just that we're agreeing that this is the direction of travel, and that's what we should do. Yeah. Anybody feel differently? Great. So Anna, you got your answer on 1. Let's go to 2.
Okay, so moving on to, this is section 3 of the paper. You can see the proposal up there. So this is the Act should be revised to include an overarching focus on patient protection. And again, just a small amount of context, the Act is currently patient protection, and the absence of any specific statutory reference to patients in the Act. So we think that that's out of step with modern healthcare, and it does make it harder to take action on certain issues for patients. And we think that the approach of adopting a patient protection principle that might enable us to do certain things that present challenges currently. So I've included some examples in the paper. So the multiple birth rate and the offering and marketing of treatment add-ons, those are 2 areas that we think would be supported. It would help us to take action in these areas. The patient protection principle would give us better ability to make license conditions relating to those particular areas. And just to flag as well, I think it's important to mention that the special status of the embryo would remain a guiding principle. So it's not instead of the patient protection principle would sit alongside the special status of the embryo in any future revised act. I think that's all that I was going to say. So the authority were asking you to consider whether the proposed approach, that what we've described in the paper to introducing a patient protection principle, is the right one.
So again, the devil is a bit in detail. We've got some suggested, it's not drafting, but what a clause in the act might look like with it, just saying, that we're putting patient protection at the heart of this, and defining what that means, which could mean that, for example, in the case of treatment add-ons being offered inappropriately, that is against that principle, or where there's not informed consent, or any number of things. And again, we work through what they are. But the ultimate effect, so we're clear, would mean that the patient protection principle is enshrined in law, and if it wasn't adhered to, whoever was not adhering to it would be breaking the law. So that's actually quite serious, with whatever penalties, would obviously that would come after, but there would be penalties. So, for example, it's add-ons, something probably dear to all our hearts, that inappropriate offering of add-ons under this particular regime, if that was enshrined, would be actually against the law. So I think it's probably welcome. Any comments, or Geeta?
I would absolutely fully support this. I've been kind of advocating protection of the patient for some time. And what I would only say here is, this is the detail that minimizing OHSS, minimizing complications, should also be included in this, not just multiple births and treatment add-ons. And they are essential as well. So I totally support that. And thank you for including this.
Rosamund, then Anya.
Thank you, Julia. So I commend the authority for identifying this as an incredibly important aspect of law reform, and in a sense for the identifying the absence of the patient in the current law. It's a really insightful observation. So I'm absolutely fully supportive of this. And also, so I think the idea of adding principles to the Act is also a really good idea. And one might look at the Mental Capacity Act and the principles in that, just by way of example, but of course that's a completely different context. And just a final comment, this bit of course, that's described as being rough drafting in 3.5, and it would be others who would actually do the drafting. But in that list here, there's a lot here that's incredibly important, but we might want to add, for example, so it says, for example, including so far as relevant health and safety, autonomy, ... etc. Their interests in reproduction might be one of the phrases or ideas that we want to bring in. And I would think that a section of the Act could be dedicated to this detail, rather than it having to be, of course, quite a compressed section with quite a lot of important ideas in brackets. But anyway, I appreciate this was very rough and a fantastic start. So well done, and thank you.
What I was going to suggest, and you've now landed yourself in it, is that actually, Anna, as we start working through this, and Joanne, actually, as we start building up this recommendation, I mean, Rosamund is really the person to speak to about this. And if you were able to help us, I think your expertise would be hugely helpful.
Of course, very happy to. Thank you.
Anyhow.
Yeah, really, really welcome it. Won't come as any surprise to anyone to hear me say that, but I really welcome it. And I think it provides really necessary checks and balances to a sector and industry in some ways that's grown hugely and now affects so many people in this country. So to have that kind of safeguarding, reassurance, I think from a patient perspective would be really, really welcome. I also think it ties in very well with the direction of travel with health and the new government, and the priorities. So I think it would slot in very well to a lot of what's happening in wider context, but really, really welcome. And it's really good to see it. So thank you.
And actually, once, you know, we've got a sort of more legal framework, and having you working with Jan and Anna and so on, looking at it from actually the patient point of view, I think between you and Rosamond, actually, there's a lot of experience and skill in actually identifying what those categories should be. Now we've got the overarching principle, so I'll leave you that, but I think it's been really good. Catherine.
Thank you. Just a quick point to add my support for this, very strong support. I think that such a principle would give us more power to hold clinics to account for addressing the needs and protection of patients, brings us into line with other healthcare regulators, but fundamentally probably would allow us to expand our inspection criteria to important aspects of the care of vulnerable patients, which may not be covered in 3.5. So, for example, we know already that depending on the makeup of those attending clinics for treatment and their family structure, that the experience of partners can differ very significantly clinic to clinic, and it may well be that therefore this principle would give us the grounds to expand the inspection criteria to consider that, and indeed a question of EDI makeup to reflect the diversity of the patient body that all clinics should serve.
Anyone else? So we agreed that this is a good direction of travel and we're happy with it. Lots of nods. Okay, easy. And the last section on the way fertility, the development of the way fertility services are provided.
Okay, all right. So this is section 4 of the paper. The proposal, as you can see, is that the Act should be revised to accommodate developments in the way fertility services are provided. And the challenge here, you'll all be familiar with, is that more fertility services are being offered that fall outside of the remit of the Act as currently drafted. And there are a range of activities that are marketed as fertility treatments that are offered and provided outside of licensed centres in a variety of settings. So the approach that we've described in the paper is two steps. So we're asking you to do 2 things here. So it's firstly to agree to the approach of bringing more activity under HFEA regulatory oversight by broadening the list of activities that we currently regulate and oversee. And secondly, to agree more specifically the proposed approach that's set out in option 2, which is to directly regulate those entities, the entities that are providing those activities.
So this is a little bit chicken and egg, in the sense that we again, the devil's in the detail. We would have to do a bit more work, I think, on which exactly those services are, both in option 1 and option 2. And I think the way it's phrased, I think really is just, again, you're expecting a direction of travel, aren't you, really, rather than a complete list, because I think so I'm not sure we need to go into what those actual activities are now, but it's just the principle, both that where third-party agreements are in place, we want more oversight of an extension of those, and also there may be activities which are not currently directly regulated, as per the paper, and the paper is very clear that we might want to regulate, and there's examples which I won't go into, they're all in the papers, but that they would require more work, but that's a sort of thing. Alison and Claire, do you want to make a point
Only just to point on the examples of where the HFEA could have more powers for the sake of wanting a better word. I think, as much as I don't think the authority should agree a definitive list now, it would be good to understand how far the authority would like the HFEA's remit. So, for example, advertising, on social media, kind of, out, but patient information in, or, it's just something which I think is set out in the paper. But if there are areas where we haven't covered examples where the authority feels strongly we should have more powers, it would be better to know that now.
I mean, nobody wants regulatory creep for its own sake. I think that's really key. And, we don't want, it's not helpful to us with our relationship with the sector or in fact, for the sector itself or for patients to, to be regulating every last little thing. But I think what Claire is saying and what I'm hearing is that given the sector has changed and there are services that weren't offered before and now offered and might be capable of being should be regulated, within that list there may be gaps. And if there are gaps, I think we need to know, or the team needs to know now, so that we can factor those in if there's big gaps than not. So that's the sort of the background of that, rather than just going into detail. But I think it's really important. Alison.
Yeah, I think it's a very laudable principle that we'd like to work towards, but I think we need a lot more work done before we can say yes, that this is a principle we want to push forward. And in the scheme of the work that we're building up so far today alone, I'm not sure that this would be a priority at this time, but it's a laudable principle. But I can't even start to think how we start it, because it's a huge amount of work out there to find out where patients are finding treatment and should it be under HFE. So I would agree that it's a principle, laudable one, but it's a huge piece of work, and would need to be really, really sure that it's a worthwhile piece of work. Is it to safeguard patients? Probably yes, but I think we need to think a lot more about this at this time.
Would it be helpful, Anna or Joanne? I mean, Claire, somebody just to just before we come to Zainab, just to give us, because I think the thing about the paper is it's asking for direction travel, but we actually have in our minds, quite a bit more work we've done. We've got a fairly clear idea, so I think maybe we need to articulate it a bit better.
I mean, I think the background to this is that when we were looking at law reform, one of the things that came clearly out of that work was that there are activities that the HFEA was set up for activities that take place in a physical clinic where everyone, so I go as an inspector and I see the clinic and everything's in there and I ask for a piece of paper and that's no longer the case for many patients. But our powers only really relate to what happens within the licensed clinic, unless, as it's set out in the paper, you have a third party agreement with another licensed clinic, also a building, where the PR is responsible for that. And in the kind of diagram which talks about this, where the patient pathway is moving in the paper, we can see that lots of aspects of treatment or the patient pathway are taking place outside of that physical building. And we are left essentially powerless when patients complain, or other clinics indeed make complaints, to say, the response is factual. Well, that's not a licensed clinic, so we can't do anything about it. From the patient perspective, then where do they go? They've been having what they think is fertility treatment. So I think that if we are able to have the Act modernised, it would be, in my view, detrimental to not be able to update it with what the modern, sorry, I know you don't like the modern, which what the current and future fertility patients are experiencing, because they're experiencing a whole level of services that are outside of our regulatory remit and outside of everyone's regulatory remit. So then who is the HFEA supporting?
And we have done some work on it. It's not like we're starting this discussion. This has been discussed quite a bit.
I'm just thinking of centres where scans, for example, monitoring scans are done, and whatever 40, 50 different clinics, and how you start that work with, if they all need third party agreements with a licensed centre, and that sort of application of it.
Peter, tell you what, Rachel come back. Sorry, Rachel, come back on what Alison just said, and then we'll go to Geeta in a minute.
I mean, at the moment, there are the models, aren't there, where you have a clinic who satellites out to somebody who is doing all the pre-treatment planning. And at the moment, that falls on the PR to do. And I think for inspectors, that's very difficult because you're relying on the PR to have made and the quality of the service they're giving. We now know that it's not just as simple as having a place, one doctor who does everything and then takes it into a centre. Little bits can be done in lots of different places. And the patients get confused about where their treatment is, and it's difficult for us to regulate the patient pathway. So for me, it's about in the future, not necessarily inspecting every single entity exactly how we do a clinic. It's a broad blank bit of paper to think how we can do this in the future. So it brings it together from a regulatory perspective and is proportionate to the services that different bits are carried out. But we have a better oversight of it. So patients can be reassured that those steps of that fragmented pathway actually come together and are regulated well.
Wait a minute, Geeta, then Zainab, and then
you first. Yeah, this is a very relevant discussion. Yes, I did say to Claire, I don't like the word modern patient pathway. I think we need to find something. It's fragmented patient pathway in some ways. So we have discussed about the importance of holding clinics to account, why it is important and how we want to get more powers. Then we have also discussed about the importance of protection of the patients. And so this has got to be in line with that in a way, otherwise it defeats the objective if we don't hold them to account or regulate them. So in some ways, with that principle in mind, I would be in favor of this paper and looking into the detail. And yes, it's true that who will you hold accountable, but I think there's a principle here about not just the third parties going to separate clinics, it's to whoever takes the money for the IVF treatment becomes responsible in some ways. Yeah, and that's my current thinking. Say that.
Yeah, I think this is a really important discussion, and it reflects a lot of the discussions we've been having. I actually agree with Geeta. I don't like the word modern here. Modern and traditional sort of just sounds a bit odd to me in this context. But certainly we've had many discussions about how contemporary fertility patients are actually able to have treatment in these fragmented and different ways. And I think the key is that, the Act is very tied to a bricks and mortar single unit model. And to be honest, for me, I really appreciate what Rachel said, but I think we might even be able to think a little bit broader than option one or option two, because I think it's just about regulating or having regulatory principles in a slightly different way when we know that these activities are taking place in multiple clinics or not in clinics. But having said that, I would also just say I felt that the diagrams, the traditional and the modern diagram, were a little bit oversimplistic, because I think some fertility investigations have always taken place outside of licensed fertility clinics. GPs have done fertility investigations, hospitals have done fertility investigations, and also number 6, outcome. I'm not aware that that's ever really necessarily happened exclusively in licensed clinics. Most people deal with outcomes outside of clinics. So just I just don't want to sort of oversimplify those diagrams, and I would really encourage sort of thinking a little bit more from a blank slate about what regulation might look like.
Thanks. I'm broadly supportive of this, but take Alison's concerns on board because she's much closer to me. But as Zainab said, this fragmentation is real, channel shift to digital is real, and we need to be kind of oversight on that. My thoughts are, policy is going towards reducing the burden of regulation, and we saw in the CQC report the conclusion that CQC were inspecting things that really didn't need to be inspected anymore and not focusing on the big picture. So my just slight wonder is whether pushback here would be, if you're going to do all of this, what are you going to stop doing? Because we are not getting any more resource or more inspectors. So I know this wasn't in the strategy we agreed a couple of hours ago, but if we were going to agree this, I would quite like to see some examination of our regular inspections and see if there was anything we could stop doing to move the resource, which I know will be a long conversation, and we did have some of that in the law reform around targeted and proportionate and all on. But for me, I'm not sure we can deliver this extra work in the current resource.
Sorry, just going back to the clarification point, all the law reform proposals are assuming that, like I said about, starting again with the code of practice, it may be that we need double the amount of inspectors, or indeed half if we don't, need to inspect clinics by law every 2 years. So I don't think we should take the current models of capacity, kind of skills, expertise. I know this is an extreme example, but Ofcom, who've got online powers of regulate the online space, overnight took 150 new staff with different skills and are still trying to still don't feel they've got enough capacity. Now, I don't think we're talking about, much as we'd like to take on 150 new inspectors, but I don't think we would have to build new models of what we do and new processes as much as the clinics would have to. So I don't think we can take the current model and capacity as the model for going forward.
Yeah, sorry, point taken on that, but I think still there is a policy shift to, not having regulators doing more. So I think there's probably stuff we might look at stopping, but I take your point, Claire, absolutely.
I mean, I think I said right at the beginning, we must be mindful of regulatory creep, but what we're actually talking about here is regulating services that didn't exist. And so, as Claire quite rightly said, in law reform, we're looking at sort of, completely reviewing what we do. And it may be that, one of the elements we put in law reform is rewarding physical clinics for good behaviour by fewer inspections. So that some of that's baked in, and some of it we might just need, but it's not, we're not adding to the burden of regulation. We're actually in that's something that's already there. We're actually trying to regulate something that's new. Tim.
Thank you. I guess no one's going to argue against sort of focusing on patient safety. I think we're all agreed around that. In terms of whether it's modern or current or futuristic, whatever, I've got a bit of insight here now because I think so I spent last month or so working 2 days a week with one of these new modern fragmented fertility services. So it's been very, very interesting because this particular company is regulated by the CQC. So they are regulated, but outside of the HFEA, because there's no licensed, there's no laboratory there. Essentially, it seems to be that's the main difference. And they work with 7 different IVF clinics out there, and there is discussion sometimes about who's responsible for this bit and who's not. Again, the CQC are involved because it's CQC licensed, but it's not HFEA licensed. What's going on? I mean, in some ways, so that's and it's. I think sometimes fragmented can sound quite a negative term. Personally, this is the future. So treatment happening close to patients' homes, and if people, the old-fashioned thing would be someone living in the north of England coming down to Guy's for their PGT and having all their scans done at Guy's and what have you. And I think there's been a move away from that to people having ultrasound scans done closer to their home. But it does fall between the cracks, absolutely. And so I think a blank sheet of paper exercise to this to think. I mean, I guess it is regulatory creep because there's more regulation, but the flip side of that is it will be better quality, and I think overall can be reduced. And just the last thing to say is, for years and years there have been standalone satellite clinics, and when I was working at Oxford, both us and also Create, the Geatus Group, worked with a clinic in Cheltenham, which was a standalone independent satellite clinic. sort of outside of the HFEA really, but they were doing the consent forms. They were taking money from patients, and that's been going for 20 years. So this isn't that newer thing as well. It's got wider, but it's not a new problem.
How about integrated patient pathway?
Catherine?
It's not integrated.
I think the arguments in favour of option 2 are compelling, but just building a little on what both Alex and Tim have said, I worry about the potential unintended consequences if we, at this stage, made a wholesale decision to pursue option 2. Firstly, in terms of diluting the PR's personal responsibility for the patient pathway. And secondly, what about, for example, potential unintended consequence of driving more of the unbundling outside the jurisdiction of the UK, which may be an unintended consequence for commercial reasons in order to avoid the auspices and the regulatory burden of HFEA oversight, but may well not be consistent with patient safety, or may create the very unfortunate outcome of a 2-tier patient safety. So I think we need to do a little more work around those dangers.
I don't know. I think this discussion, Tim, you're right. It's satellite has existed for many years, but in a way, I think there is something that could be achieved about who does fertility these monitoring scans and all that. So I think there is some regulation bit that can be established. And Catherine, you said unintended consequences, and I'm just thinking, if we didn't regulate, if we didn't get the same degree of patient protection, why would more people have conventional IVF? When I say conventional IVF clinics, more and more people would just try to do this, because that is easier than having fully licensed clinics in some ways. So there will be just laboratories that will be just used by the people, because it's just the labs that get licensed. So I'm not quite sure whether it would particularly benefit patients and in the interest of HFEA if we just don't regulate at all and don't have the detail what we regulate.
Sorry, I was postulating the opposite, i.e. if we move towards wholesale, taking within our regulatory regime all of those unbundled services within the UK, there may well be an unintended consequence that more unbundling might happen outside the UK in order to avoid HFEA regulation.
In practice, it might be difficult because patients need scans and you can't really have the scans abroad. And particularly some scans closer to trigger and egg collection, they need to be in the country. So I think that would be quite different model.
Joanne.
Just thanking everyone for their comments so far. I think kind of as been said on a number of these proposals, the devil's in the detail and there would need to be some more detailed work. But I think kind of what we're asking members to do is to agree this kind of general approach, the fact that, we know there's more online services are opening kind of every day. We know there has been a change in the way fertility patients are accessing treatment and services since the Act was first drafted. And kind of what we need to do is think of ways in which we can adapt and the proposals to government in terms of how we, what we care about, to what additional things do we think we need closer oversight. And there's examples in the paper, but that's not intended to be a kind of a definitive list. So we'd appreciate kind of members who have particular concerns about kind of particular areas that are being offered outside of a licensed clinic, so that we can hear about them and think about them further. And also, I think a kind of a second point, just kind of picking up on the kind of potential unintended consequences. we mentioned in the paper, that we would, there could be a graduated approach, for example, to regulation. And I guess it comes back to the kind of blue sky thinking part, that we're kind of thinking about it as in, how things are currently done. But, there would most likely be things that the authority care more about and care less about. And therefore we would kind of look to regulate them in the most proportionate kind of manner. But that's the type of kind of detailed thinking that would be in the future. So I think kind of what would be really helpful for us would be, to get a sense from the authority, are the issues that we've identified in the paper, correct in terms of the areas we're concerned about? And, is a potential kind of option going forward is that we kind of regulate, some of the services that provide those activities in a closer way than we currently do. So it's not entirely through kind of third-party satellite arrangements with that kind of additional responsibility that's placed on the PR, because we know that's kind of an issue that was identified in one of the other proposals around the kind of increasing pressures on PR and what's reasonable to expect of them. So that's something this approach is trying to help address as well.
Thank you. You sort of took the words out of my mouth, because what I was going to suggest was that I think what I'm hearing is a general direction of travel to agree that the Act does need revision to accommodate these new services, or some of them. I think, are we broadly in agreement with that? I think so. So you've got that. With regard to option 1 and option 2, I think, as you say, the devil's in the detail. I think with option 2, it's clear that in this approach, there may be services that need to be brought into the regulatory regime along the lines that you suggested, but we need a bit more detail, or there may be others, and we need to look at that. With regard to option 1, and I don't know what people feel, I feel that although option 2 is probably going to be the bulk of it, there may be some merit in looking at some areas where regulating through third-party agreements might, in some cases, be still relevant. I mean, sort of baby and bathwater principle. So we don't want to. It might be worth it with certain things that we feel we don't want to bring into the regulatory scope, but actually we do want to have some oversight of what's going on. So I think what I was going to propose for us to agree, and that's is that we agree, yes, general direction of travel to bring into the regulatory scope some of new services that are not currently being regulated because they need to be, but looking at specifically option 2, i.e. what are those services that need to be brought into direct regulation, but also giving some thought to maybe there's a sort of tier 2 that we don't want to bring into regulation, but still might be worth oversight of third-party agreements. If that makes sense. Does that feel like a sort of sensible way forward? Yeah, great. Okay, so I think you've got your answer, and I think to the extent that Tim and others who work in the know what those are and so on, definitely I think Anna and Jan would benefit from having your views, or anybody else really who can contribute to this debate.
Just a quick point, a bit confusing, but Anna to the left of me has been running with the kind of proposals around kind of regulating different entities. So just they've been working together on this. So I just wanted to.
So everybody's called Anna.
Everyone's called Anna. It's very confusing. Anna Cowley.
Yeah,
it's been working on that area.
Lovely. Okay, great. Gosh, well, I think thanks everybody. We're a little over time, but we have actually just come to AOB. Let me quickly go around the table looking at anybody, if there is any AOB. So I just have one very quick thing, which is this is Adrian's last board meeting. Adrian is our board apprentice under the ALB or board apprentice scheme. Apprentice sounds like somebody who's about 18. So it does feel like a slightly wrong term actually from someone who's quite senior actually. But I think it's basically a scheme to allow people to come onto boards and get some sense of what boards do, and like sort of middle of their careers, so that they can consider about whether they might be interested in joining boards and so on going forward. So I hope you found it useful. We've very much enjoyed having you, and we really hope that you'll keep in touch with us. Good, thank you.
For having me.
And once again, thanks everybody very much. This has been really one of the most complicated meetings, couple of days, I think I can remember, and I think it's gone really well, and I'm very grateful, and I think we've reached some good decisions. And although it feels weird to say so, wishing everybody compliments of the season and a very happy new year. And we will see everybody, if not before, on the 22nd of January 2025. There you go.
Thank you.